Oh boy. What you think, Dave? Why don't you come see me? Why don't you come see me? I want to pet you. Oh, I want to love you. Chest rubs. His favorite. You like a chest rub? You like a head pat? You like a neck rub? You're a good boy. You're a sweetie bo pretty boy. And everybody loves him. And everybody wants to get to know him. And everybody wants to scratch him and pet him and hug him and snuggle him. Because he's a good boy. And that's just the truth. Shomer Shabbos. How are ya? I'm good. How are ya? This boy, though, he's so cute. You guys should all be given the chance to pet Dino because he's soft like a little bunny rabbit. You don't expect it till you touch him. You can look at him and see that his fur is soft, but when you touch it, you're like, oh, oh. I love the little shit. Everyone should get the experience of owning a pet. Nah, it's a responsibility, man. Like, a lot of people can't handle that shit. In fact, too many people that can't handle getting a pet get a pet anyway, and that pet ends up suffering. Oh, rip it, do? Would he hate going to a meetup? He actually came to the Vegas meetup. I couldn't have him like inside, but I brought him because I thought people would be there like, 30 minutes before, 45 minutes before or whatever. But there was, the people showed up like 10, 15 minutes before in droves. And so I'd already sent Dino back to the hotel. But I brought him just to see if some of the early adopters wanted to like get some Dino time. But the only ones that got to see him were the Kirks. Dogs are privileges, not rights. Yeah. Anytime like you take responsibility for another thing's safety, another being's safety, you're engaging in a privileged position. Breath air. You want to try that again without the caps and with proper spelling and like context and stuff? Or do you want me to just ban you? If you can't do it, just say I can't, LOL, skibbity dibbity, and I'll make sure you're taken care of out. Do you think eating stray dogs should be against the law? Yes. For responsible adults only. Exactly. Paul's ego is not for children. Please consume responsibly. What up, B? How are you? I'm good. How are you? You got your whole addy out there? You got your whole address out there? You trying to get people to pull up or what? I from jolly old England, bro. Hello, England. It's the colonies. It's the colonies saying hello. Give a thumbs up in chat if you're under 18. Yeah, dude, I love to know like when some of the younger generation is watching me. Yeah, put a thumbs up emoji in the chat if you're a kid. You under 18, anybody? Want to shout you out if you are, man. We love the younger generation here. Go ahead and throw them big double thumbs up if you're underage. Don't do it, kids. You're being debated. Got him. Hey, we only got one that time or two, but we got them. Couple of them always do, man. I'm gonna start doing that every show, man. I'm gonna wait till people roll up in here, and then I'm gonna be like, anybody under the age of 18 in here? Throw up some heart emojis, yo. We love the young generation in here. Anybody at all under the age of 18, throw it up. Boop, 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 boop. Bam, 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 bam. And now we can talk. How do you come up with the titles for your streams? So when I sit down and make a stream, the first thing that pops into my head becomes the title. That's the way it works. Usually it's like a song lyric or something. I literally got my phone ready and put my glasses on as soon as you said that. Do it again at 150 viewers. Yeah, we might try it once it gets up to in the 180s again. We'll see if we scalp a few more. It does work. Now, somebody put me up on game about that. Another streamer was like, we always just say, throw up some dubs if you're under 18, and then we ban everybody that does. Well, I'm enjoying this new talk to me like I'm a stranger at a bus stop or be banned rule you've implemented. Me too, bud. It's sad that it took me so fucking long to figure it out, but it's so much better, bro. What food you wearing in your shirt? What food am I wearing? I don't think there's any food, bro. I'm not dribbling, am I? It says Humble Pie. That's a band. It's like fishing. It's fun. It is. Yep, rules. Do unto others in this chat room as you would do unto others at the bus stop. That's the way it works, man. Just because it's the internet doesn't mean you're going to talk to me all crazy, weird, creepy. You're all the way gone. Yep, Peter Frampton was in Humble Pie. That is true. Humble Pie. Swear you're streaming 24/7 recently? That's impossible. A couple of days in a row, I've done 2 6-hour streams. Or 2 3-hour streams for 6 hours. So it's really not even a work day that I've streamed through, but yeah. I do stream a lot, it's my job. I have not seen Furiosa. I kind of want to go try and catch a movie or something with Amelia, maybe tomorrow. I've got a meeting tomorrow, and then of course the next day we got our big show, but I'm thinking like maybe tomorrow I try and jump in and see Furiosa. Will you forgive Brett Keane and be nice to him? Absolutely not. If you bring up Brett Keane in here again, you're probably going to get shit banned. I'm just letting you know. This is like a 13, 14, almost 15-year-old meme at this point. It's time to find something else to talk to me about. I literally remember maybe 5 things about Brett Keane. If your skibbity brain is still in 2014, you're going to have to update. You're going to have to run that system update if you want to keep chatting in here, because the next time I see you mention Brett Keane, I'm just going to ban it. If you want to talk about something that I do, talk about something that I've done like in the last 3 years. I've got pretty good memory on that. Talk about something I've done or said in the last 3 years. Don't bring up shit from fucking 15 years ago that you're still obsessed with, bro. I can't remember any of it. You want to go see The Monkey? The Monkey was good, dude. That Monkey movie was good. I liked The Monkey. I liked Planet of Monkey. It was good. I enjoy Monkey. Don't Josh. It wasn't a good Josh. Like your personal tee-hee getting my attention in that way is going to get you banned. Because nobody else found it funny, amusing, or interesting at all. So if it's
self-indulgent, I wouldn't bring it up again. Because your teehees mean nothing to me, bro. People all started playing Ghost of Tsushima because of your high praise of it. I'm enjoying raiding enemy camps so far. That's my favorite part, too. I love just, like, a big battle. Because I've got that shit cranked all the way to lethal difficulty. Basically, one strike gets through my defense and I'm dead. Yeah. And that's what I kind of where I have to put it in order to get any enjoyment out of it. Because on hard, it was fucking like baby's first game for me. It was literally like you could face roll it almost. But lethal is about where I need it to be. Maybe a little easy on lethal. But I appreciate when a game lets me crank it up, because I've just been playing game. I'm not even that great. I'm not like a great gamer or whatever, but I've been playing games for so fucking long that like normal is like easy for me. Hard is like normal. And this like extra grindy, sometimes you have to like play through the game to unlock it, new game plus kind of difficulty is just right, usually. No, I've never really played Elden Ring. I've only played Dark Souls 1 and 2 and Demon Souls of the Souls games. I've only played all the way through Demon Souls. I've not beat any other FromSoft game. I don't like the aesthetic. I like Souls-likes. The Surge 2 is my favorite one. But I don't like the kind of dark, depressing, dingy, gray, fallen Wonderland kind of vibes. It get really played out within an hour or two of wandering around the broken landscape of a magical place that used to be vibrant but is now dead. Like, I understand that people dig that grimdark kind of aesthetic, but like, bro, I can't hang, man. Yeah, I've never gotten a chance to play Bloodborne because they won't bring it to PC for whatever reason. It's so fucking stupid that they haven't ported that over to PC and given it a graphical overhaul and shit. Like, what is the problem? Such a wildly popular game that they'd make $25 fucking million the first day. Like, why would they do it? Like, what's the holdup on that? I don't think that'd be like number one. We've got this huge game that everybody talks about that we can only play on a fucking 10-year-old console. Let's update that bitch and get it on a PC. Just emulate it. I don't fuck around, man. I used to emulate games and stuff. Now, I'm just too lazy anymore. Like, make the game. They're exploiting it as a console exclusive. Well, they're leaving a bunch of fucking money on the table because ain't nobody going to buy a PS5 to play Bloodborne right now, bro. You think that there's like 2 people in this country that have bought a PS5 so they can play Bloodborne in the last fucking year? Because I doubt it. Seems like they might have a deal with Sony or Microsoft. Yeah, well, they need to break that deal or something. Birds? Consoles aren't a good investment anymore. They're one of the worst things you can buy. Like, one of the worst 500, 600, 700 bucks that you can spend is going and buying a console. Because especially in this generation, you're buying a console that's already fucking 5 or 6 years out of date. It's already about 5 or 6 years behind graphics and capabilities and loading times and all of that stuff. So it's like some of the worst 800 bucks that you can pull out of your wallet and slap down is buying a PS5 or an Xbox One X or whatever the fuck. Yep. For 5, especially for 8, which is really what you got to spend, because you don't just want a controller in the console. That's 500 bucks. You want a controller, two controllers probably if you're going to be playing with somebody. You want the fucking upgraded hard drive so you can have all your games on it. You want at least 5 or 10 games. You're talking about 800 bucks. For 800 bucks, you can build a PC that'll blow doors on a PS5. Blow doors. Literally, like, I can't, electronics wise, I think some of the worst money you can spend right now is buying a console. Like, you're getting ripped off harder on a console than you are on pretty much any other piece of electronics. What area of Cali are you in? I'm in the Central Valley of Cali. Can you upgrade? You can upgrade a PC as you need it, yes. As you save up a little money, you can slap a fucking faster card in there, slap some more RAM in there. 100%. If you've got 500 bucks in your pocket, which you are not going to be able to get a PS5 for any less than that unless you're buying it used at a swap meet or something, right? If you got 500 bucks in your pocket, you've got enough money to build a console that at the very least compete directly with a PS5, if not blow doors on it. You got a couple $100 more, you got 800, 900 bucks to spend. Don't buy a PS5 and 5 games, just get a PC. It's that simple, bro. No way? Yes way. Yes way, buddy. You're not going to get like a bleeding edge PC for 500 bucks, but you're going to get a PC that can do everything a PS5 can do, and you can upgrade it. PS5 is garbo, bro. It's a waste of money. I think you might get PS6, and that's going to be the last console. I think the next generations of consoles is going to be the last generation of consoles. I think that after the next generation, it will only be Nintendo. Nintendo will keep making this weird little boutique console, but Sony and Microsoft have already started turning their stuff over to PC. Remember all the Microsoft exclusives that are now, like, I'm playing one. PS5 exclusives, they've already started letting out their exclusives to PC and making millions of dollars on it. I was watching something about the new Xbox. The specs that they've released on the new Xbox reveal it to be a PC. So there might be one more bespoke PS console. You might get a PS6. Maybe. Your next Xbox console is going to be an overpriced PC in a micro ATX case. They've already said it. It's a PC. Runs Windows. So if Sony decides to stay in the game, you might get a PS6. And the PS6 will already be worse than a top-of-the-line computer when it comes out. So it's already a waste of your money when it comes out. It's already behind by about 5 or 6 years when it comes out. Yep, the new Xbox that they're working on. They released some specs and some hardware details about the new Xbox. They don't know what they're calling it yet. But one of the things they revealed is it's going to be running on Windows architecture. It's a PC. It's just going to have like a Microsoft overlay, kind of like PS, or like the Steam ones, the Steam Big Mode or whatever, where like that runs on the fucking Steam Deck. It's going to have like a custom GUI, but it's going to be running on Windows. Yep. So Xbox is done. Well, the last Xbox has been made. The next Xbox is just going to be an expensive micro ATX PC. And it's not known whether PlayStation is going to waste the money to develop and release a PS6. There's a huge chance that the PS6 is the same way. The PS6 might run on a Linux backend with a bespoke front end for PlayStation. PlayStation probably doesn't want to sign up for Windows on their machine, so that's why I say that it might be that you get a PS6. Microsoft is over. The Xbox is over. The next Xbox will be a PC. Nintendo will keep doing its little weird, quirky things. But the big question mark is, will PlayStation bother to waste another fucking $100 million developing the PS6, or is it just going to pull the plug on that? Yeah. Right now they're working on releasing a PS5 Pro console, which is going to add 4K resolution support and 60 frames. It's still going to put it 2 or 3 generations behind a mid-range gaming PC, but it will look a little better, especially on OLED monitors and high-end 4K monitors with high refresh rates and stuff. But it's still going to be a PS5. It's still going to have all the limitations of a PS5. What are your pronouns? He, him. Current PS5, I think it has 4K support, but not 60 frames and not HDR. But I may be wrong about that. They're not adding much. If you read like the difference between the PS5 full release and the PS5 Pro that's coming, they're adding very little. They're adding very little value, and they're tacking on another $150 to the price. Yeah, 30 FPS at 4K. Yeah, they're doing 60 at 4K. That's what you get for your $750. And for $750, you could have a future-proofed for 5 or 6 years PC. Convenience as a sacrifice for functionality, yeah. But people are catching on to it. People are catching on to it. Yeah. I mean, you're playing a PS5 and you're playing at 30 FPS, bro. You're literally playing like at the fucking graphical fidelity level of like 2007 or 8 when it comes to PC gaming. It's pretty rank, dude. Pretty bad. Pretty bad, dude. And that PS6 is just gonna be a fucking rip. My cousin's told me this for years. Get the PC already. I get it. Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. 30 FPS is completely unacceptable for a modern console or any kind of modern video game. I can't even imagine sitting down and playing Ghost of Tsushima, that beautiful fucking game that I'm playing on my PC, at 30 FPS. Stuttering, stumbling, jittering, jumbling. It's like, why would I do that? Why would I pay $700 to do that? You got to be kind of dumb to do that. On PC, I'm not spending $10 a month for online play. Yeah, you are. You don't have PlayStation Plus? What do you think $10 a month for online play? What do you mean? Yeah, you are. You don't have PlayStation Plus? You don't sign up for any subscription games on the PS5? What are you talking about? I'm okay with 1080 resolutions, but I need 60 FPS. Yeah, of course you do. Makes a huge difference. Looks great. Some games are designed to use it even when they're released on a console that can only run 30. Like Tsushima. That is a game that's meant to be experienced in 60 frames, 4K OLED. And you can't do it on a PS5? But I can on my PC? Why is that? You know? Games are way cheaper on the PC, way cheaper. You actually get sales. Like you go to the Steam sale and you might get a game that like last week was $59.99 or $69.99 and now it's $30 or $25. You're like, fuck. Pick it up, pick it up. I have my 1440 OLED monitor and my RX 6800 XTX will chug out 60 FPS on max settings and just about anything. It's fucking great. Yeah. I've got I'm trying to remember what I've got. It's like a high-end Super 16 Ti. It's a NVIDIA. I can't even remember my specs now, but it literally just eats anything for breakfast. I don't have an RTX 3880 unless that's NVIDIA. That's AMD, right? I don't have an AMD card or an AMD. I have a whatever it is, 4080 Ti or some shit. 4080 Ti Super 16. Paul, do you like Paradox Grand Strategy games? I do. To be honest, anything locked at 60 FPS just seems inefficient nowadays. Any monitor for video games is usually 144 hertz monitor or higher now. 60 isn't practical for those displays. Why are you on a fucking 144 millisecond refresh rate monitor? in 2024 are my brother in Christ. So what you're telling me is that if you are playing modern games on a 10-year-old or more monitor, that they don't look as good? Tell me another one. What are you doing on a fucking 144 millisecond refresh rate monitor in 2024, my guy? You bottlenecking yourself with your monitor? Why would you do that? I don't understand people that have to have the highest resolution and the highest frame rate. It's like, I don't care. I still play retro games. That's cool. I'm a gamer, though. I play retro games and I play, like, modern games, and I want them to look and play smooth and nice. I don't want to look like shit. Choppy, laggy, 30 FPS. Got to turn my fucking graphics down to medium or low to get it to run smooth. I don't want to do that. I want to see what they made. You know, I like to play the whole game. I've got a 244 millisecond OLED monitor. 244 millisecond refresh rate ASUS ROG OLED monitor, and I wouldn't underspend that. Paul, what's your fave Paradox grind strategy? I like Crusader Kings 2. What size monitor? I don't know, man. It's a standard size. It's not like a huge monitor. It's a standard size computer monitor, 42 inch or something. Careful with Asus. I've been using it for 6 months, and it's the most fucking amazing monitor I've ever owned. It's under warranty for another 2 years. What's it gonna do? I've loved video games my whole life, but in recent months I haven't really been feeling it. I mean, I've reached like points where I'm just like, I'm kind of bored with all the games I've got, and I won't play a whole lot of video games for a couple of months. But I've never like quit or run into a wall with it. It's always there. Like I've been playing video games since I was 6. 1986, I was playing video games on my dad's Commodore 64 128. What old games did you love the most? I mean, on that console, I played Mail Order Monsters, which is like a precursor to Pokemon. You can look it up. It's fucking crazy that Pokemon exists, and that exists as well. In 1986, I was playing Mail Order Monsters, Cave of the Word Wizard, Forbidden Forest and Beyond the Forbidden Forest, Galaga, all the kind of like arcade games, Missile Command, those types of games. Once the 80s started turning into the 90s and I got a little older, I was in arcades a lot. So I played the original Street Fighter game before Street Fighter 2 came out. That was a big arcade hit. I remember I was in Vegas the week that Street Fighter 2 had its US release. So I got to play that. I was one of the first people to get to play that in the United States on a big, giant widescreen monitor in the middle of the fucking Flamingo Hotel we were staying at. It was fucking awesome, man. So yeah, I've played everything, bro. I've literally been playing video games since the very first commercially available video games. The only thing I missed out on was Pong consoles from the 70s. I played every type of console you can think of. I didn't own them all, but my friends, you know, did. I had a friend that had a ColecoVision. I had a friend that had an Intellivision. Played both of those. There was a wild fucking D&D game that he taught me to play on ColecoVision. Fucking nuts game. I played Vectrex. You can look up that one. I had a friend that had a Vectrex. Vectrex was a pseudo 3D geometric game system, a wireframe. So you had true 3D, but back in like 1987. I had an NES like every other kid. I did not get a Super NES. My parents got me a Genesis, so I went down the Sega path, but all my friends had SNES, so I played all the great games. You know? Played on an Atari 1600, or sorry, Atari 1400 and Atari 2800. My parents got a 2800 when it was cheap. Played a lot of Space Invaders. Streets of Rage 2, Streets of Rage 3, Road Rash 2, Sonic 1, 2, 3. I mean, the Sega Genesis Shining Force 1, Shining Force 2, Shining Force 3, Phantasy Star 1, Phantasy Star 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's just like classic fucking games that a lot of people didn't play because Sega was way less popular, you know? Which NES game was the worst you ever played? You're gonna have to help me remember the name of it. There was a game that pissed me off like no other when I was a kid. You played a knight. You were a cartoony little knight, and when you started, you had this teeny little sword, and you could barely kill something before it touched you, and you had to jump around, go screen for screen, and find armor, find things that would make your sword a little longer. It wasn't Ghouls and Ghosts. It wasn't Ghosts and Goblins. This was a NES game. This was not based on an arcade game. I think it was called King's Quest or Sword Quest. No, Iron Sword. Iron Sword. That game is still, like, I still have bad dreams about that game. You are good. That's not a very popular NES game. So the fact that you pulled that one out is fucking gangster, dude. I wasn't gonna land on it, dude. I was around it. You heard me. Iron Sword. Play that game, dude. Play that fucking game. Get past the second screen and call me. Iron Sword, bro. Love horror games, but they scare the fuck out of me. So the ones that are real intense, I'm a pussy, dude. I can't play it. I'm too into it. I get like actual fight or flight. I'll like rip my headphones off and like want to run. I can't do that, man. Yeah, Friday the 13th on the NES is an abysmal game, but I used to have fucking a ball playing that game, bro. We didn't know how to play it, but it was so scary running around and going into a cabin and seeing Jason. You know, we didn't care. Hello, everyone. Paranormal investigators from the UK here. How are you all doing? New here. Cool. The Spirit Brothers are here. Bro, have you guys found any spirits? Can I come with you one day when you go spirit hunting? Legit, I'm interested. I want to go. Dude, I'm ready to face the fucking other side, man. I'll hold the fucking PKE meter, bro. I'll do it, bro. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah, Toe Jam and Earl was a stoner classic, bro. Truth. Bustin' makes me feel good. Dun-dun-dun. What happened to your cinema thanks, Paul? Loved your reviews, man. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. It looks like it's going to be making a comeback soon, and this time permanently, hopefully. We're working on ownership. And it looks like we're pretty close to a resolution from where I sit. I won't speak for the guys, but it's business stuff. That's it. My current line of work doesn't pan out. I'll become a ghost grifter too. Why not? You need 10 jumping jacks for sub. My favorite retro is Space Invader. No, I don't really care enough about your sub to do 10 jumping jacks, but good taste in games. Space Invader is dope. I don't make money on this channel, so I really don't care about your sub. You can sub if you want. I like chilling with people, so you feel free, but yeah, no jumping jacks. Looked up Iron Sword, and Fabio is on the cover. I know. It's fucking crazy, right? Galaga is good, but the king of that old retro gaming, dude, has its own fucking controller, bro. It's Centipede. Bro, I was dank at Centipede. All right, you had to be real to play Centipede, and I was fucking good, bro. I was really good at Centipede. I remember that there was a Centipede cabinet in the grocery store that we went to, and my mom would give me 2 quarters and tell me to stay right there and just play the Centipede. And she would come by with all of the shit bagged up, paid for, and done, and I'd still be on my first quarter. And she'd go, "We gotta leave," and I'd go, "Mom." I was fucking good, bro. With the roller ball, you gotta know what you were doing, bro. Bustin' makes me feel good. It's like you're getting at least a couple hundred subs a day. Nice job, bro. Yeah, I mean, it's been busting out lately. You know, a lot of new people. You love to see it, but it doesn't really matter to me. It's called a trackball. Yeah. Thanks for correcting me. We had an old Joust unit at my local arcade growing up at a time where MK4 was out. I wasted so much on fucking Joust. Oh, Joust was salty. Joust 2-player was the saltiest game, bro. I've gotten verbal disagreements and spats with kids in the fucking arcade over Joust, bro. You're a fucking cheater. No, I'm not, bro. Leave me alone, man. Best arcade games had motorbikes you could ride. Yeah, those ones you straddle and like you lean to turn. Those are fun, bro. I miss those types of like sit-in games. They don't really make a lot of those anymore. Busted makes me feel good. Bustin' makes me feel good. They even had Cruisin' Exotica. Ooh, Cruisin' Exotica? That's high end. That's high end. Do you like the Terminator arcade games? Do that one where you had the machine gun? Where you had to, like, the big plastic machine gun, you had to aim it? That game was next fucking level, bro. Knocking chunks off the Terminators. Arm comes off, head comes off. Dude, that shit was fucking dope, bro. Yes. The Simpsons 4-player unit, and if you got 4 people that were decent at it, grinding away at that, was some of the best fun you could have at the arcade, bro. They had an X-Men cab that was just like that. 4-player X-Men beat 'em up, action beat 'em up. You got 4 people on that, it was game over, bro. Game over. They had one for Aliens as well. They had an AVP 4-player cabinet where you could play as one of 2 human soldiers or 1 or 2 predators. And you could get all 4 of them going at once. It was fucking cool, bro. It was fucking cool, bro. Man, I'm fucking dude. See, that's one thing. If I was rich as fuck, I'd build a big warehouse, an air-conditioned warehouse on my property somewhere, and it would be like, I would try and recreate the arcade from Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. They've got a big old, what used to be a shipping warehouse that they've turned into one of the world's largest arcades. I would just, like, money's no object, buy all these old, because I don't want to get one of those, like, arcade cabinets that's got 10,000 games in it. Like, maybe that would be cool, but I want to get all of these original games with their original cabs, the joysticks all redone, new fucking CRTs in them. I want to get them, like, brought up to speed and renovated so that they're just like they were, man. That shit would be fucking dank, bro. Is it weird I never really played arcade machines? Nah, the arcade died. If you're young, if you're like 20-something, not weird at all, man. Arcade stuff died when consoles really got huge and started to be able to make games that looked as good or better than the arcade. People just stopped going. Yeah, barcades. I've been to a couple barcades and stuff. We did a meetup in one. They're fun. It was a fun hang, yeah. I tried to turn my house into an arcade and I can only get so far. Yeah. Go to the mall, grab a slice, yeah. Go to the food court at the mall and grab a slice and then go to the arcade and spend 10 bucks in quarters. Yeah, dude, the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk arcade is fucking something else, man. If you've never been there, when you walk in there, you're like, I just want to live here. It's got every fucking old video game, bro. All the old, like, quarter-munching cabinets that aren't games, too. Like the wizard guy that tells your future and the fucking, all that stuff. All of that shit, bro. All of the quarter munchers, all the old fucking early 80s games, all the new shit. Everything in between, bro. Everything rolled into one, bro. Did you watch Smash TV Cabinet? Yeah. Mutoid Man. No way. Big money, big prizes. Carpets in arcades are always so festive. Yeah, they had to be, because if they were like one solid color, you would see all the nacho cheese and pepperoni stains and like soda spills and shit. Do you like roller coasters? Fuck yeah, bro. I've never met a roller coaster I wouldn't ride. I love being terrified. I've ridden some wild fucking coasters, bro. The craziest coaster I've ever ridden is probably Tatsu at Magic Mountain. It's a Superman coaster, so you're like face down hanging by your chest. It is unbelievable, bro. It pulls a backflip that literally you pull so many G's that you can't breathe for like a second or two during the backflip. Like, I've never had a coaster crush the air out of me before. That fucking coaster's real, bro. I don't trust roller coasters. I do. I always thought, like, if you die on a roller coaster, what a fucking fun way to go, bro. I wish I could ride roller coasters, but goddamn, I'd get motion sickness. Yeah, it's not for everybody. I don't always know. I used to when I was a kid. The fair, I used to go to the fair. Dude, I used to pull some crazy shit at the fair, bro. I got some fair stories for you. You want to talk about not trusting some shit? Dude, don't trust a county fair, bro. Don't be getting on them rickety things. There was a ride called the Wheel of Fire. You guys have seen it. It's a county fair ride. You get in it. It's a ring, and it does flips, right? That's all it does. It does flips. It goes one way. Maybe it pauses at the top and hangs you there, and then you're done, right? Me and my friends figured out a method that we could get out of the harness while it was running. We would, when we sat in it, we would push our knees up so that the bar wouldn't come all the way closed, but it looked like it was, and the guy would come by and check. And then once he started it, we would let our knees relax, and we had all this room. And when the thing would flip, it always would do this thing. It would do a few flips, and then it would hang, right? It would pause up at the top. That was our cue. We would flip out and stand on the ceiling of it and wait for it to start going and then flip back into the seat. Dude, that shit was fucked, bro. Why did we do it? Skibbity bop bop bop. Yes, yes. No filter when we were kids, bro. No fear either. I went on that when I was 10. My brother lost his flip phone. He lost his flip phone. There's one called the Zipper. And I went on the Zipper one time. And I got on it. I was in there with my sister. And we're sitting in it, and, you know, the Zipper, they've got to load it up. They put you in it, and then they move you up the chain, and then eventually it's rolling, and you're flipping up and down and going up and down, right? So we're waiting for that, and I'm looking around, and I look at the door, and I see that it's got chicken wire wrapped around it instead of a latch. It was closed in the corner with chicken wire, just like a loop of chicken wire. And I was like, I pushed on the front of it, and it went, and the chicken wire was like coming out of the hole. And I was like, all right, hold on. And I just like grabbed the bar, wrapped my arm around it, put my arm around my sister and had her do the same. And we rode the thing with the door going, flipping. Oh, dude, I wouldn't go on the fucking Zipper for $1 million today, bro. Been on the Zipper a few times, cracked my face off on the bar. Yeah, the Zipper's fucking crazy, bro. You don't go on the Zipper, bro. Ever won one of those scam games? There's one where you have a fishing pole with a ring at the end of it and you're trying to stand a bottle up. I won that one time and the guy said, "Get your cheating ass out of here," and gave me a thing. I was like, what? I was like 10 and I used my little line and pulled the bottle up and I said, "Hey, I did it." And he turned around. He was like, "Get your cheating ass out of here. Don't come back." Handed me the stuffy. I was like, whatever. Gravitron, bro. Gravitron is dope. Gravitron, it seems so simple, but that fucking centrifugal force where you're just floating up against the wall and you can like, we used to do tricks on it. They don't let you do that no more. They used to let you like stand straight out and like put your hands on the bars before. They used to let you flip upside down, like scoot around and you were upside down in it. Now they'll stop it and kick you off of it. I found keys on the Gravitron once. I bet they found all kinds of shit. I bet like at the end of the night, it was a race to see who could get to the Gravitron and clean it out. I know you're not supposed to win those games. That's why he called me a cheater. There's an incident in Texas where the Superman ride at Six Flags turned off while the people were at the top of the ride. The people on the ride had to climb down from the top. Yeah. Yeah. No thanks. That's some fucked. That's fucked. That's fucked. That sounds made up. I don't think it is. I think I heard something about that. Maybe I'm wrong though. It sounds real to me. It's real enough. Skibbity bop bop bop. Yes, yes. All right, we gotta set the watch. I've worn this one in a few days. So we gotta put the right time. It's 6:26. What's the date today? Can somebody I trust tell me what the date is? At the 9th? It is gonna be 6:25 in the old PM. 6/9/24. Thank you. That is appreciated. 5/6/26. Bloop. And then we got to do our dates. It's the 9th. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. You're good to go. Got it good and wound and ready. I noticed I wasn't wearing a watch and I felt naked. I was like, what am I doing? I haven't worn my Xeric in a while, so we're gonna put on the Soliscope today. Hey, hey, vato. You looked naked. I felt naked, bro. I gotta have a watch, or else. Dang, Paul, nice watch, dude. You know what I should do? I want to bring my. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna wait till I get my other one back from the shop. Once I've got my watch that's in the shop back, it's getting a strap change. I'm gonna put them all in my box, and I'll show you guys my collection as it stands. It's pretty cool. Why were cars being built so shitty in the 90s, early 2000s? Because they stopped doing full manufacture in the United States and full assembly and started parting it out and getting it cheap elsewhere. So American cars started to become piecemeal foreign cars. Catastrophe! Catastrophe! You guys are fine. You survived. Yeah, that's why they got shitty. Yeah, 90s foreign cars, like Japanese and Korean cars, are some of the fucking best runners ever made. Like, there are people that still have 90s, like, Toyota Tercels, and they still run $600,000 or 600,000 miles on the motherfucker, like, just still kicking. Can you pop a wheelie on a dirt bike? Yeah. Can you? I heard a really ironic statistic the other day. Apparently Japanese and Korean cars are more often more completely made in the USA compared to American makes and models. I heard that too, yeah. Isn't that crazy? Are dirt bikes hard to ride? No. Yes, but no. I mean, it's like a bike, right? The first time you learn it, you got to be really careful, and you've got to be really, really slow. You got to baby it for a while until you learn the kind of power. But once you get into the, like, balance of a dirt bike, they're actually really fun, really easy. I like them. They are dangerous, though. I fell off my dirt bikes growing up. Yeah, me too. I want a four-wheeler so bad now that I live in the country again. Yeah, especially since you're on that farm or whatever. Get you a quad, you just tool around it. Yeah, I love jet skis. I like motorsports stuff. I've ridden a lot of stuff. Yep. Well, if you get one of the big boys, you can get like a little tow dolly for it, where you've got like, not a whole truck bed, but a good little trailer for it. And it'll put, with big monster motors on it, it'll pull that anywhere, man. That's great. Jet skiing's a lot of fun. I've done that a few times, yeah. I'm not great at surfing. My favorite Cali beach is Pismo Beach or Grover Beach, depending on how far down the beach you are. Have you monster trucked before? No, I've never driven one. I used to go to monster truck rallies in the 80s and 90s, though. Those were dope, man. Bigfoot, Gravedigger. Watch them crush cars and do backflips and shit. Fuck yeah, bro. That's a good time. Never ridden a snowmobile. That one would be a new one on me. Not trying to sound weird, but I wish I lived as much as you. You have an absurd amount of experiences. That's great. I'm just a guy that catalogs them. I remember them and I talk about them a lot. You've probably been through at least as much stuff as I had been through by your age. I'll put you on my Barber. I'll put you out of my fucking shit. Watch that. Watch how quick it happens. Skibbity bop bop bop. Yes! There he goes. And he's gone. Not even close in my case. Well, I mean, it's probably closer to true than you think. You sound a little down on yourself, man. Everybody's got experiences. Everybody has wild shit that happens to them. Everybody tries shit, fails at it and shit. I just don't mind talking about it. And I've spent my whole life talking about it, so. See you later, Paul. It's nice being here. Have a great rest of your day. Same to you, buddy. What's the one where they smash each other's old trailers on NASCAR track, drag race? Yeah. How many years do you think it'll be before southern states that never had snow by snowplows? I don't know. Climate change is a wild fucking thing. I know that like polar vortex is sweeping down super deep into the south now. So it probably ain't gonna be long. Hey Paul, you give me a great vibe for my future by just going for it. Just hit 31, feels like my life is starting after all the alcohol and drugs. Dude, I know how that feels, bro. Yeah, dude, my 20s are a blur, man. Unfortunate but true, especially them like early to mid to late 20. Like I kind of in like 27, 28 started to slow down. But yeah, dude, from like 16 to 29, I was pretty fucked up, man. Missouri got shut down for 2 weeks in the beginning of this year. It was wild. Literally hundreds of people off on the road bank. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are going to have to get all that like snow infrastructure, like salt trucks. You're going to have to like start salting your streets or people are just going to slip and... Oh, Mississippi, sorry. Mississippi. Have you ever heard of any local H's songs? You high-fiving motherfucker. You high-fiving motherfucker. You high-fiving motherfucker. You high-fiving motherfucker. They had like the easiest song riff ever. It was literally like 2 chords. Here it went. Ma 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 na 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 na. That's literally the whole song. Born to be down. Heard all my lessons before now. Born to be down. Think you be used to it, and you just don't get it. Keep it copacetic. It's a great song. What's your most controversial music take? I don't know if I have any that are controversial. Like the one that seems to cause the most controversy with people is when I talk about how I listen to like modern music, rap and stuff. Like the Ink Spots and their one riff for every song. The Ink Spots just sang every song in one key. I think it's G. Maybe you'll think of me. I don't want to set the world on fire. It's very, very similar key for all of their shit. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. What about when you say Zoomers aren't producing any legendary music? I'm just being salty usually, but yeah, I do think that like there's not a celebrity of the level of like a Michael Jackson or a Kurt Cobain now. Like that type of celebrity I don't think happens anymore because average people are becoming mega celebrities just fucking uploading their own pre-made shit. It didn't used to work that way. What about Posty? Now, what about him? He's great. I don't think he stands in the shadow of Michael Jackson, though. I don't think he would say he does. Taylor Swift is not on the level of Michael Jackson. People, this came up. Swifties got real mad at me. I hope you guys don't. I'm not trying to be mean about it or demean. Like, Taylor Swift is mega popular. She's an ultra star. Not a fan, but like whatever. I'm not gonna hate, but like you don't understand if you didn't live during Michael Jackson's heyday, like in the 80s, when Bad released, the peak of his international popularity, he was like, there are still places on this planet that Taylor Swift could go and probably not get recognized. That didn't exist for Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson did a concert in the Congo, and like 750,000 people came. Like, there was nowhere he could go. So, like, people don't, like, people want to say, like, oh, yeah, Taylor Swift. Like, Taylor Swift would be the closest thing you guys have got to Michael Jackson. But that level of celebrity has not existed since Michael Jackson. Honestly, I didn't know who Michael Jackson was until he passed. I'm a young dude, though. Yeah, I mean, understandable, you know? You can say Michael Jackson's name was the most obscure places and it would almost always get recognized no matter what. It's like Mickey Mouse. Yeah, he was like the closest thing to a living Mickey Mouse. There's nowhere in the world that he could go and not be immediately spotted and recognized and mobbed. That's just not true of any other star since, or really before. I mean, he's probably the largest superstar that ever existed. Elvis, maybe? Yeah. Maybe Elvis during his heyday. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Michael Jackson biopic. I think it's going to be good. I tell people this is how I explain it to people, right? Right now, Taylor Swift's fan base is mostly, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Taylor Swift's fan base, her main fan base, I would say the biggest demographic in that fan base is probably like 15 to 25-year-old women. And she has millions and millions of fans, right? I explain people Michael Jackson's popularity like this. Just hear me out, okay? Listen. In 1986 or 7, when he dropped Bad, the album Bad, which has, you know, Bad on it, has it's probably his most popular album of all time. It's definitely the peak of his celebrity. I was listening to it, and my little sister was listening to it, right? Obviously, the young kids were into it. My parents were listening to it, okay? So the next generation above me was listening to it. My grandparents were listening to it. So that's 3 generations of people, regardless of sex, that were all intimately familiar with Michael Jackson's work. Taylor Swift is not even close. Not even close to it. Thriller might have been a bigger song. Bad was a bigger album.
Which one do you want?
Ooh, I don't know. I'll take this one.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, baby.
It was buy one, get one 50% off today.
Fuck. Good day.
Yeah.
We got to make sure we keep going on those. Is that like every Monday?
Every Sunday.
We got to do we just got to shop on Sunday. That's fucking crazy.
Just enough to cover the taxes.
Well, hey, whatever. My entire family from under 10 children and near death, 80-year-olds. Yeah. No, I'm not even joking, dude. It would be like if your grandma was into Taylor Swift, your mom was into Taylor Swift, you were into Taylor Swift, and your children were into Taylor Swift. That's the level of fame that she would have to achieve to even compete with Michael Jackson. Yeah, that's the great thing about these biopics. And
You need help with nails?
no, I got it, baby. I chomped it.
Okay.
That's the cool thing about these biopics. Like younger generations, getting, thank you, baby. Getting introduced to these older styles of music and these older artists through these really flashy biopics. Like I wasn't a huge fan of that Baz Luhrmann Elvis, but it was well done. Like some of the performances in that were great. And Elvis's popularity amongst young people went like, pew, because of that. Sorry, baby.
Oh, wait, you don't have any out here.
Sorry, baby. It's kind of sweaty to wear glasses outside, but I can't see shit. I'm like squinting, so I gotta wear them. It doesn't seem like old people and young people even share enough of an experience and enough of a mindset to like... Yeah, I don't think that's true. I just think that music is more popular now than it ever has been. And there's just more choice now. Like, that's one of the things that I think people are kind of boomerish on is like, oh, there's no good music. It's like, there is, but it's buried under an avalanche of mediocre and bad music. And you've really got to dig to find those artists.
Well, like you said, it's easier to make music now than ever.
Ever, yeah.
So of course there's going to be more mediocre shit out there because it's easier.
Yep. Did you hear about the bill that passed so rich people can anonymize their private jet registrations? They're tired of getting tracked.
Yeah.
They're-
It's all Elon Musk.
Yep. Elon Musk and Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, her private jet has been tracked. There's like a website that'll tell you exactly where Taylor is in the air. Fuck them. I don't think they should pass it.
They're going to pass it.
You're right. But I don't think they should. You credit Michael Jackson's father, or do you think he would have turned out to be a superstar without the intense pressure? I credit Michael Jackson's father, but I also think he was a horribly abusive person and probably shouldn't have done it. The upside was we all got Michael Jackson on loan for a few years. Maybe the greatest fucking artist ever to live.
But he was also hella fucked up.
Of course.
Probably because of his dad.
100% because of his dad. His father was an abusive piece of shit. Yeah, Janet Jackson was fucking huge. The Jackson 5, prior to even that. I mean, like, the Jackson children and the Jackson parents were already millionaires before Michael was even 15 years old. He was already internationally famous by the age of like 9 or 10. Did you cry when Michael Jackson died? No. He had been struggling for so long, it actually wasn't all that shocking. I mean, it was. It's shocking when you hear a big person dies, but like, if you'd known anything about Michael Jackson in the years before his death, he was not well. So it wasn't really shocking.
Didn't they like try to charge his doctor with something for prescribing him all that shit?
His doctor was using the shit that they put you to sleep with for surgery as a sleep aid for him. He was literally being anesthetized to sleep for months. I'm sorry. Ooh. His doctor went to prison for 2 years? I didn't remember that. Hey, Paul, what happened to DP? What year is it? Guts, tell me what year it is, and I'll answer your question. This is crazy, dude. Did I time travel? What year is it? Ban him. Yes, he went to prison for involuntary manslaughter. Best MJ album. Bad. I don't know how you make an argument for anything other than bad. Do you listen or care for Jimi Hendrix? Yes. Have you listened? Do you like? Are the worst types of questions to ask in a live. Because if the answer is yes, sometimes it's just yes. And if the answer is no, it's always just no.
Really, any yes or no question.
Yeah, yes or no questions are really bad. Ask questions that require a sentence or two. Those are the best types of questions. It's tough to think them up, but you've got 172 people in here and growing, helping, so. Get with it. Hey, Paul, I'm starting Mass Effect Saga. Any thoughts on Mass Effect? Great game. Yeah, the first Mass Effect was fan-fucking-tastic, bro.
Still kind of a have-you played question, though.
Yeah, he is. I'm just trying. I'm just reading what I got, man. Sometimes when I mention it, it's like people don't hear. Were you listening? Yes or no questions. Real bad. I'm a please ask you kindly to stop. Is a what do you think of question just as bad as a do you like question? If those things are used synonymously, then yes. If what do you think of tool is being asked in the same way that, do you like Tool? Then yes, it's bad. What do you think of the philosophy of Pink Floyd and their music? What do you think of Russia, Ukraine? What do you think of Israel, Palestine? What do you think of the upcoming election? These are all not yes or no questions, you see.
But if it's about like a certain artist or a certain show,
If it's used synonymously with do you like, then yeah, it's bad. You have to understand the context of that. Did you say Elton John reached pretty big success as somewhat equivalent to MJ in the 80s, or was it overblown? There was probably a time in the 80s where Elton John and Michael Jackson were maybe on the same fucking tier list, but then Michael Jackson blew doors on him. Like, Elton John never, ever, ever touched the heights. Nobody has. I just got done telling you that I believe that Michael Jackson was the last ultra celebrity. I think he will be remembered as the largest celebrity in history up until this point. Maybe somebody in the future will come along and bust that down. But
you
until
don't think
then,
Taylor Swift is there?
that's the people that I just got done talking to them about it.
Yeah.
That's the one that always gets brought up. And here's how I explain it. I'll give it to you too, and you'll see if you agree with this. Taylor Swift's fan base is what? If you had to pick the biggest demographic in her fan base, probably like 14 to 28-year-old women,
Yeah.
right? That's a huge swath. There are millions of fans for her, right? When Michael Jackson Bad came out in 86 or 7, me and my little sister were listening to it every day. My parents were listening to it every day. And my grandparents were listening to it every day. So if Taylor Swift was being simultaneously played by 3 consecutive generations, she'd come close. She just doesn't. There was nowhere on the planet Earth that you could see. We talked about it earlier. Michael Jackson, the name, especially during the height of his popularity, was pretty much the same as like Mickey Mouse. You could go nowhere on the planet and say Mickey Mouse and people wouldn't be able to go, oh, Mickey Mouse, Michael Jackson. Taylor Swift just ain't that way. If she went to the Congo or something and put a fucking hat on, nobody would know she was there.
She has obtained more financial success based on her kind of fingers in the industry.
Well, the whole thing is different now.
Yeah.
The whole thing is different. Money, yeah, she probably makes way more money than he made, but everybody does.
Yeah.
$1 back when he was popular is worth like 10 cents now, if you're lucky.
No, but I still mean like overall, I don't think he was close to billionaire even with inflation.
I want to look that up.
Yeah.
What is Michael Jackson's empire worth? What's your favorite, and we're talking about the ownership of all his art, all the property and artwork that he owned, the ownership of all of his music. Gotta be over $1 billion empire. Gotta be.
So posthumous total 2.4 billion for the entire estate.
Yeah. See? Multi-billionaire. You've been hit by, you've been crushed by. He owns, yeah, the Michael Jackson estate owns the Beatles. So that's part of that $2.4 billion of net worth to his estate. He owns the rights to the Beatles.
Or his family does.
Well, now, yeah. That's why I said, like, I think that as of right now, as of 2024, I won't say 2025 because who knows what's going to happen, but as of right now, there's never been a celebrity that even approached the level of fame that Michael Jackson had in history. There were some pretty famous people back in the day, like in medieval times and stuff. There were pretty well-known names, never touched Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson could not land anywhere on this planet Earth without being immediately recognized and mobbed. That's not true of any other celebrity in history. Even Elvis could put a fucking hat and a mustache on and go out and walk around sometimes. He liked doing it. Michael Jackson was so recognizable and cut such a fucking immediate picture in people's minds that he couldn't go anywhere. Every time he left his house, there was a parade of people that followed him. That's just not true of any other celebrities. Taylor Swift or no. Kanye, I mean, throw everybody. I think you could probably put together Kanye's fan base and Taylor's fan base, and it still wouldn't reach the level. Like, people don't know this stuff because he's been dead and he's not a big, he's still a big name in the industry and shit, but he's not doing things anymore. And so it's kind of like, He's been tucked away in people's minds. Well, it sucked to be mobbed everywhere you went. He talked about it in an interview one time, and it was really sad. He said, "You know, I don't want to make people feel bad. I would like to have my privacy, but it's just love, you know. It's just love, and I try and remind myself that whenever I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, I try and remind myself that it's all love." He didn't. He did not. These types of things are not like up in the air about Michael Jackson. More is known about that man than maybe any other person in history. The people that worked with him intimately have documented his life. There was nothing he could wear. He did not wear disguises. It was impossible to do it. Even if he put a disguise on, there would be 25 people tailing him everywhere he went. He cut such an inscrutable figure that he didn't even bother with disguises. Incredible MJ impression. Grew up listening to the man. I know what he sounded like. MJ's vocal affectation makes me wonder if he lived in the 2020s, if he would have come out as gender non-conforming or trans. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know that, right? It's kind of a sad thing that we don't get to find that out, because Michael Jackson should still be alive and healthy. He's younger than my parents. So, is his best song Billie Jean? I mean, I don't know. Best song is like a personal question, right? Like, my favorite Michael Jackson song since Bad came out has been Man in the Mirror. And the only one that comes close is Human Nature. It's an older song. I might answer Human Nature on a different day. It's one of those back and forths. Prince was popular. He was. Nowhere near Michael Jackson.
I think Michael Jackson was probably a very self-loathing person.
He was. He was a very psychologically tortured person. He was raised to hate himself by his father. His father was, among other things, do you know what I mean when I say an Uncle Ruckus?
No.
He was a self-hating black. He used to call them little N-word. You ain't worth a shit, you little N-words, blah, 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 blah. He was like that. So he taught his children to hate themselves, that they were worth nothing unless they could get that applause and that love from that audience. That's how he exploited them into being superstars. And
you'd only be a good black person if you're amazing.
This is all you're good for, he would tell them. Do your soft shoe. This is what N-words like you do. He was fucked. Fucked up. Real fucked up. Michael Jackson hated himself so much that he underwent insane surgeries to change his face from looking like a black man to looking more like a white person.
Like the vitiligo would have...
Vitiligo.
Or vitiligo, yeah. It wouldn't have gone that far.
No. I've seen people with vitiligo. It's very noticeable, but their whole body is not white. So Michael Jackson went through pains to either use makeup or skin lightening surgeries and laser treatments and stuff to remove any darkness from him. Had his whole facial structure changed, got his nose changed. He hated how wide his nose was, so he had that turned into that weird little point. He hated his lips and how big they were, so he had his whole mouth and cheekbones redone. Yeah. Pretty fucking sad, man. Dude hated himself, but he loved people. Holy shit, I just looked up Michael Jackson early years on Google Images. It's crazy to me, not to make fun, but it's crazy to me that you didn't know that. Michael Jackson was a dark-skinned black man. All the way up through like Billie Jean. And then he started getting plastic surgery once he got rich, and he became an old white woman. Oh, he was beautiful. He was absolutely stunningly attractive in his abnormal skin, but he hated himself. He looked at the mirror and he saw that N-word that his father described to him. It's fucked. I have vitiligo. It's on my hands and around my eyes, but I'm white and it's not noticeable. It's, yeah, everybody gets it. It's a pigmentation discoloration disorder. It's just way more prevalent on dark-skinned black people than anybody else.
Visible at the very least.
Noticeable, visible, yeah, whatever. Like the darker your skin is naturally, the more your vitiligo will stand out. Nah, dude, I know you're not making fun. I'm just a wee little baby. I like his music, but I never got to watch a black MJ perform on TV or otherwise. You should look up some of his early performances, man. They are fucking fascinating. The way that dude moved. I mean, there's the, it's like the, there's a live concert of him in like 86 moonwalking for the first time, or 85. And it's like, you can feel the crowd almost faint. The way he moved. Nobody had ever seen it before. The way he put it together, there were other people that moved kind of like Michael, but nobody, that's the thing about Michael, is he was a triple threat. He was a producer, singer, songwriter, musician, dancer, and he was at the top of all of those fields. The top. Not just like, oh, I dabble in this, I dabble in that. He was literally the best in the world at those 4 fields. Michael Jackson was a genius. He was a tortured genius, an absolutely once in a fucking millennia personality. There will never be his like again. He jacked moves from Elvis. He jacked moves from James Brown. He jacked moves from Screamin' Jay Hawkins. He jacked moves all over the fucking place, but nobody put it together like he did. He made it his own. He's a kid toucher. Just had enough money to get away with it. You believe what you want to believe. We're not talking about like the bad fucking shit that he did in his life. We're talking about his art and his influence. If you want to talk about the puerile shit, we can talk about that. Like, I don't fucking make any excuses if he ever hurt a child. But we're not talking about the salacious parts of Michael Jackson. We're talking about his celebrity and his influence and his immediate and unimpeachable genius in multiple artistic fields. He's arguably the greatest dancer that ever lived, the most influential dancer that ever lived, period. Fred Astaire, sit down. Nobody comes close. He is the largest, most popular, most global pop star that ever lived. He's the largest, most global celebrity that's ever lived. And he was the most skilled producer while he worked of music. He was a production manager. The dude designed all his shows. And if you ever went to a Michael Jackson show, it wasn't just him standing on a stage. They were spectaculars. Didn't know he was a producer? Yeah. Not just a producer, one of the greatest producers to ever live. He achieves mastery in every one of his magisteria. He was a true quadruple threat or higher, an unimpeachable genius. Look, I don't know who to believe, man. When it comes to this shit that Michael Jackson was accused of, my heart tells me he would never do that. But my head tells me, you don't know that. I don't know what he did and what he didn't do, man. There's a lot of fucking accusations that get flung. He had, Amelia looked it up, $2.4 billion. People want a piece of that. He's a dude that actually interacts with his fans. There was every opportunity for people to take advantage of him. Now, it sounds like there was also every opportunity, if he was a sick fuck, for him to take advantage of some kids because people trusted him. What's true? I think that shit went to the grave with Michael Jackson, yo. You want the truth on that? I don't know that you're ever gonna know what's true. The man never got a trial.
regardless, even if he did it, it doesn't change what he did.
No. I don't look at his art one iota different. He could have been one of the most fucking rank abusers in the music industry. I still think he's the most unimpeachable musical genius that ever lived in my lifetime. Probably ever, maybe ever. You might want to put Beethoven up there a little bit. Sebastian Bach, maybe. Not the fucking rock guitarist, but the actual classical composer, Johann Sebastian Bach. Not Sebastian Bach. He did have a trial. He was acquitted. No, he settled. You living in a trailer park? What if I was, though? Would it matter to you? Would that be something you'd want to make fun of?
You can have perfectly nice houses in a trailer
You must
park.
be real comfortable to make fun of somebody that you think is living in a trailer park. I sure hope that that money that has come to you by luck your whole life doesn't run out. Find yourself on the tits end of that kind of derision. No, sir, I don't. I'm very lucky. I make a lot of money. I live in a really nice house in a really nice neighborhood. Where do you live?
But, you know, we wouldn't write off a trailer park.
Fuck no. I'm not above living in a fucking tent if that's what I gotta do to get the rain off me. I spent over a year as a child living in a camper trailer. Something that you used to strap to the back of a full-size pickup truck. Slept 2 people. I lived there for a year with my little sister. Poverty is not a shameful thing, friend. And you should not try and shame people for their poverty. How long is your hair? Are you blind? Because if not, I don't know why you're asking. You can see it, right?
You don't take a measuring tape to your fucking hair every day.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Inches? I don't know. You have to guess. Yeah, don't ever judge people for poverty. Your ass could be right there tomorrow looking for a fucking handout and get spit on just like you spit on people that are poor. Be real about it, man. I've been broke and I've been flush. I'm poor. Sorry to hear that, friend. Paul, what color is the sky? Dirty ass brown. You notice it's not quite blue? That's what we call the Central Valley when there's fires. That's smoke. That's atmospheric smoke dinging out the blue of my sky and turning it into yellow brown. Sometimes it gets worse. As the sun goes down, it probably will. You'll see more light reflected directly off the smoke clouds hanging up there, and it'll get real yellow and brown and streaky looking.
Yeah, the sun looks all fucked up.
What's the AQI today?
Let's see.
I'm guessing unhealthy. Some trailer parks are pretty sketchy. Yeah. Some neighborhoods are pretty sketchy, bro.
It says it's actually good today.
Really? Well, it must be the breeze then.
Yeah. It has been a little windy today.
Yeah, you guys can see my hair blowing. There's a nice stiff breeze, and sometimes that cleans out the valley. So
I mean, it's the upper end of good.
Yeah.
Like where it's starting to go into bad territory.
Sure.
It's supposed to be good.
Trailers are nice where I live, honestly. I mean, they're nice pretty much everywhere, man.
Like a double wide park. A double wide can be a perfectly legitimate house.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly
For real.
attractive looking inside, and
There are people that live in double wides. You build a deck onto them and build a foundation for them, and people wouldn't even know they're double wides.
Yeah.
You put a real ass fucking roof on them and everything. They become permanent homes.
they look like shotgun houses, basically.
Yeah. They look like open floor plan houses. Houses that aren't all angular and shit. They've got big open floor plans. They're great, bro. Me and my wife may end up in a double wide. We're looking at all our options because we don't have kids. And like, you can't really get a deal on a small little house anywhere in a nice place, but these spots in trailer parks and shit are actually affordable. And once you own that, All you got to do is buy the fucking prefab and put it on there, or we get a big fucking motorhome. We live out of that most of the days. It stays perma-parked, and then when we're ready to pull out, we pull our slides in, we pack up, and we go. We own that spot when we come back.
You gotta pay space rent usually, but...
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of it. You pay lot rent, yeah. Right. That's expensive. Not as expensive as renting a home.
Yeah, it's like usually like 500 something.
$500 a month, and that's my net.
And the mortgage itself is probably another 800 maybe, because they're so much
Maybe,
cheaper.
depending on what we put down.
Yeah.
I'd say between another $500 and $800 a month on what we borrow to buy the land, and $500 a month in perpetuity. Bro, that's living cheap. $1,000 a month to own? That's pretty fucking cheap, bro. Lot rent can be like $250 in some places. Yeah, it just depends, right? And it's not even lot rent. You own the land. You pay an association to the people that keep up the common areas.
It's basically just a really expensive HOA.
Exactly. It's an HOA that actually is like trying to make the place nice, keeping it from getting trashy and garbagey, keeping the infrastructure updated. You own the land. You just can't park anything on it unless you pay your dues in for the fucking monthly shit. I pay $1,125 a month to live in a studio. See? I'd be paying maybe about that much to own a home.
3-bedroom, double wide.
Yep. Doesn't make much sense for me not to look into it. I'll be completely honest. I had not a house passed down to me in a state of low income living with property tax, about $1,500 every year. Houses around here go anywhere $60,000 to $500,000. That's a big swing. You must have like real poor shit and real upscale shit wherever you're at. I'm paying $3,000 a month for a 2-bedroom in Oceanside. Fuck. My brother in Christ, I am so sorry, but you get to live in Oceanside though, so I guess there's that. That kind of like soothes the wound, but fuck, bro, you get raked. Get raked over the coals.
Not as raked as you were in Bellevue, though.
See, in Bellevue, I gotta be honest with you.
You think it was worse?
I cannot even explain to you how fucking cool that was.
Yeah.
To live so centrally that you never had to have a car for anything. You could just catch a bus or a train. I lived on top of the grocery store, so I went down an elevator to shop. Bro.
It was worse.
$5,000 a month for that. I'd probably pay that again if I was rich to live down there again. That was beautiful.
That was almost all you were being paid, though.
Yeah. No, that was all I was getting paid.
Yeah.
We're literally screwed. We can't live by ourselves anymore. Most non-American cities in the world. Yeah. I'm moving to an area like that soon. Will be nice since I hate driving. Yeah. Dude, Bellevue was like a different planet, bro. There's a lot bad about Bellevue, like the disappearing homeless. That's a legend in Bellevue. Like, if you ever see a homeless person in Bellevue, you will never see that person again. They disappear, bro. The cops come late at night. I used to be out walking late at night. There was this 24-hour restaurant attached to a hotel called 13 Coins. It was fucking great, bro. Some boutique hotel down at the end of the street in Bellevue. Right down the street from the Meidenbauer building where I lived. And I'd walk down there. It's like a 15-minute walk. And I'd see the cops, man. They'd look me over, because you see me, I look kind of shaggy, but then they'd see, like, oh, he's not homeless. But, like, they'd be fucking hassling a dude, pulling him into a paddy wagon. And they just get dropped off in Capitol Hill. They take them right over the bridge to Seattle and drop them. It's fucked. It's so weird, man. There was also a really weird thing. Every day that I lived in Bellevue that I decided to take a walk down the street, down towards 13 coins, I would pass by the same group of Hebrew Israelites, black Israelites, yelling at me. When I would walk with my girlfriend, Ashley, they would say, "Oh, look at this cracker motherfucker with his little milk pig. Oink, oink, oink." They'd oink. I'd be like, "Fuck you." "No, fuck you, cracker." It's like, shit, every time I gotta walk, they're there. What the fuck? What did I do?
Why did they move around? Like, if they want to hate on white people.
They called Ashley my little milk pig. My little milk pig. So I would joke with her sometimes, and I'd fucking, like, apropos of nothing, I'd be like, "Could you hand me that shit, you little milk pig?" She'd be like, "Fuck you." I don't even know where they got that shit, bro. Milk pig. Yeah, people are gonna stop and hear you out when you're calling their girlfriend a milk pig and squealing at her.
I don't think they were trying to convert you to.
No, they weren't. That's the whole thing. They'll try and convert black people,
Yeah.
but only if the black person is immediately receptive. Then they'll treat you just like shit.
Yeah.
They love Jews arguing with them, and they love white people getting offended by being called milk pigs, or whatever, whatever they're calling them. Toilet seat complexion individual, whatever they call you with the bullhorn. That's a bull bait. That they call that bull baiting, because you're gonna lose that. There's 5 of them, and they know a bunch of crazy shit that you can't quote. Not that it matters, but they're just gonna like blah 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 blah. You ain't ready, so the only way to win against a black Israelite is to walk on by. Bump, 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 bump. Milk pig. I've never heard that racial slur before. Very unique. Me neither, man. Except the black Hebrew Israelites saying it to my fucking girlfriend.
They're doing it all day, every day. You got time to think about some real creative insights.
I guess so, man. True. They get good at it, too. They practiced every day. They were out there. Vanilla gorilla and a milk pig.
Practice makes perfect, man.
Do you ever try and argue with them? No, I would just say, "Fuck you." And they'd be like, "Fuck you, white boy." And I'd just walk around the corner. I'd be gone. They can't follow you. They know the police will kick them out if they harass people, but they're allowed to stand and do their protest.
And they're like I said, they're baiting people in case
Yeah.
someone punches
They
them.
want you to come to them. And if you hit them, oh, they love it. Oh my God, they hate the cops until they call them on you. They will call the fucking police. And that whole crew will jump you too.
Self-defense.
There's no way to win other than to tell them, "Fuck you," and then keep walking. That's the biggest win you're going to get, because the rest of it's all L's. So just hold that tiny L, I guess, when they call your girlfriend a milk pig, because you ain't going to win nothing else. Is Louis Farrakhan a black Hebrew Israelite? No. Louis Farrakhan is the head of the Muslim Brotherhood. Or no, the Nation of Islam, sorry. The Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization. So is the Nation of Islam, though. So, yeah.
Yeah. The Nation of Islam and probably black Hebrew Israelites do not get along.
They do not. They do not. They clash. Hey, Paul, have you seen some of the vertical streams? They're getting as bad. Accidentally swiped up and saw grandma stripping? What? No wonder people are flooding in here.
Yeah, they just put whoever's streaming just.
A grandma stripping? For real? Bro, can I ask you a question? How did you get grandma stripping in your algorithm, my dude? Can I ask you a question, guy? How did the algorithm know to put grandma stripping in your shit, bro? my God, she is stripping. Is this granny thing actually happening right now? Is this the biggest one? Is this why I'm not over 200 tonight? Because most of my usual skibbities are over there watching granny strip? Am I gonna need a strip? I don't know, man. I'm gonna watch this. Because if I need to strip, I'll do it. I'm not going all the way down, but I'll get down to the fucking, I'll get down to the shorts. All right?
Yeah, there she is.
She's stripping? Let me see. How am I supposed to compete with that? How am I supposed to compete with that? I can't compete. I'm ruined.
I mean, I wouldn't call it stripping. She's just walking around in a bikini and dancing.
I mean, she was doing the Humpty dance and rubbing on her tummy and stuff. I don't know what that was, bro.
She ain't taking any more off.
Would. I know. That's the thing. I can't. God, I was going to try and outstrip her, but there is no way. Take that shirt off. I'm too ashamed. I can't compete with that. That granny had fucking presence.
It's weird that, like, everyone watching this, they go one down and it's there.
Yeah. That's like the thing.
Because, like, that's not... My algorithm's not, like, weirdly like that.
Why do you got granny porn? I'm kidding.
It's
She's
just
popular right now. They're putting her out there, man. How many people watching that? 5K?
Yeah, it's 460 right now.
460?
Yeah.
It's like over double what's in here. I'm ruined.
All these comments like, I'm going to report you. It's like, what's she
Dude,
doing?
I need you guys to go over to the granny stripper, and I need you to fucking brigade the shit. I need you to go over there. Dude, I'm going to get banned for this. I don't care. Go over there and be at Poltergeist. Get some of those people, those sad people that are watching a granny stripping, and tell them there's a fat guy talking. It is my time. It is my time. I deserve those views. YouTube, you want people talking about philosophy and pop culture, not watching a granny rub her old belly with a bra on, bro. Go tell them. Go tell them in the chat. Tell them there's something that actually, like, you could listen to over here. This is war. If I don't go to war with this woman, she's gonna destroy me. I can't compete. If I put on a bra and rubbed my belly, I don't think I would get 10 more viewers, man. I could try it. What if I did this? What if I, like, rolled up my sleeves, right? And I did one of those, like, tie-up things. So I do this, right? Here, I want to try and compete, because I'm fucking toast if I don't. Let's see.
She's going down. She's down to 391.
Okay, they're coming over. They're coming over. Skibbity bop. Okay, watch this. Now, here's where it gets sick, right? We're going to do this. How do the gay guys do this? Do you know? I'm doing it right, right?
I've never
You do
tied
this,
my shirt like
and then you
that.
go like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a titty out. Fuck. Okay. Hold on, I gotta move my chair.
Nope. None of them came over.
Hold on. Give them time to scroll.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me light my joint. Dude, I can't compete.
Paul has body hair. It's just like super ginger body hair that's all soft and downy and pale.
Hold on. Wait for it. Turn the butter. Turn the butter. All right. Viewers, are they going up?
180.
Oh, shit. 20 more. I gotta compete with Granny. Stripping Granny is queen of the shorts right now. I'm gonna be king of the shorts, though. That's right. That's right. You know you like it. You know you like it. Here's the white guy dance. This is what we do in the club. Everybody else is doing crazy shit. We're right here. You can find me in the club. Pocket full of bud. Mama, I got what you need if you need to feel a buzz. I feel so... this is the lowest point of my career right now.
No.
You don't think so?
You did the whole wheel of torture thing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is the second lowest point of my career right now. Right now. Trying desperately to compete with an old Asian granny.
She's down to 300.
We're stealing them. What am I at?
We're at 162.
Fuck, they're going away.
It's just gonna go up and down.
It's gonna go up as long as I'm shaking the jelly.
You ain't gonna do it all night. It's too hot.
God damn it. Please stop. I did.
Not because of you, though.
No. Because I started to get tired. I'm slightly winded, and I got nothing.
Well, it's also fucking 90 degrees outside, so... You guys are lucky you got what you got.
I can't compete. I'm ruined on YouTube. I was hoping that stripping Granny wouldn't happen. I was hoping YouTube surely would ban stripping Granny.
No, like, she hasn't taken any more off. She's just dancing in a bikini.
What am I to do? You know, how am I to compete, man? Because she's stripping again. Oh, she's stealing them back. They left, see? These bastards. You know what? Stripping Granny is now my mortal enemy. Because you know what? For a few days there, I was the king of the castle. You will have 2 viewers if she carries on. If she carries on, I will be broke within days. YouTube must ban this woman. YouTube cannot let this go on.
Oh my god, look at how big her house is.
She's rich. Hi. Oh man, she's rich. She's not even broke, she's rich. I got like 10 likes from that. That is fucking sad, bro. I'm a failure. Please give me
Oh,
views.
this is how she got her money. She married a white guy in the Philippines.
I am a white guy. I didn't get the rich white guy stipend. Fuck. Should have married a white guy. Kidding. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, her whole channel is basically like how to get your own Filipina wife. in the
Oh my
Philippines.
god, just shoot me in the head. That, I can't compete. Stripping Granny is now my fucking enemy. That woman made an enemy in me today.
She's like promoting other Filipina women. Is like, is this human trafficking?
I might need to call INS, have a little chat. I think
she's
some.
in the Philippines.
Oh,
still.
she is. Okay. All right. Never mind. Well, I hope she doesn't try and come here. Because I know the number of INS, you know. I don't like doing that, but I'll tattle on her. She's my enemy. Get a hula hoop. Now you're cooking with gas. Lose weight and do sexy on YouTube and get more views. Please tell us how to get a Filipino wife, Paul. Okay, here's how you do it, right? You get some fucking middle-of-the-road, middle management position in America that makes like $60K a year, right? You work at it for 25 years until you're about 50-something, right? And you save up about 20 grand a year, and now you've got like 200 grand, right? Then you take all that money and you legally transfer it to a bank in the Philippines, and then you immigrate to the Philippines and pay the naturalization fee. And you take that $200,000 and you take about 8 grand of it and you buy a fucking mansion with 8 grand, right? And then you use about 10 grand of it and you get a sports car and a nice suit and a Rolex, right? And then you go out, and women who are desperate because they live in an impoverished country, desperate to escape it, will pretend they are attracted to you because of your money, and maybe even have sex with you because of your money, and will marry you in an instant because of your money. That's how you do it.
And your citizenship.
I just saved you having to watch Strippin' Granny, okay? The grifter. Strippin' Granny the grifter. Strippin' Granny doing sexualized content on YouTube and getting away with it. I see you, Strippin' Granny. Literally, that's the kind of job you have to have. You have to be like an assistant manager at Walmart. And but the hard part of the get a Filipino wife thing is the 25 years you have to be an assistant manager or better at Walmart, right? You really got to save money.
Didn't that like 4chan or 8chan mod live in the Philippines?
We watched that doc so long ago. I can't remember. I think he did, maybe, or Vietnam.
Yeah, something like that.
Some Southeast Asian country. Passport Bros Unite. Yeah. I've met them very commonly in Orange County. Yeah, well, there are women who can not quite afford to get out of the Philippines, but they have clean visas, and so they come to the United States and stay for a couple of months, and their whole fucking thing is like, while I'm here, find an American man that makes 50K or more a year so I can fucking naturalize. It's 100%. Fucking, you go to any big city, especially on the West Coast, because that's a cheap flight. You're going to find these types of Indonesian, Vietnamese. It's not just Asian women either. You're going to find women from Guatemala, Panama, Peru. Not the most destitute. Those are unfortunately forced to join migrant caravans and are sandwiched up against the border. You got a little bit of money, you can fly here and vacation here. In fact, that's how most illegal immigration happens into the United States, believe it or not.
Overstayed visas.
Yep, just people fly in legally and just don't fly out. You're too good to be a gold digger? I don't know. I'm just telling you, though. That's how you do it. If you want a Filipino wife, you got to work for 25 years at a middle management job, save up about 300 grand, which is like $10 million in the Philippines. Move there, buy a nice house, buy a motorcycle, buy a leather jacket, get hair plugs, and go get yourself a fucking Philippine wife. A Pinoy wife is waiting for you. Isn't that what 90 Day Fiance is all about? Yes. Dude, these flies are something else.
Yeah,
They're like aggressively in the building today. Dude, is this salt gun really broken? I'm gonna try it. Can you hand it to me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can get it working. Can you go grab me some salt?
Yeah. You need a paper towel too.
Because you know what? I just look at this and I assume it's busted.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, that doesn't feel good.
No, the slide ain't working at all.
Hold on, wait. Okay, wait. Well, the slide worked once. Oh, man. Bug assault, please.
Yeah, I think it's busted.
Yeah, I think it is. Unfortunate, but true. I haven't cleaned my weapon. All right, the slide. What would be causing that malfunction? Maybe the thing in there, maybe I over pulled.
It might just be melted.
I don't think it is, but I do think it's broken. At least feels broken.
Here,
Oh man.
let me see so you don't knock the table over.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna peel on it for a minute. I'm gonna see if it's broken. I can break it, but maybe I might be able to pull it off the track with my hands. Cause yeah, there's no screw. Oh wait, there is. No, that's just holding the two halves together. It's not the screw holding it to the. It's on a track, so.
Is the safety on?
Well, I did. Yeah, I mean, I did that. When I pumped it just now, it like went off. So I think the trigger had been kind of stuck pulled, and it might have like just malfunctioned in there. Dude, if I could get this going, there's gonna be like 28 dead flies here in 5 minutes, and we're gonna be fine. But unfortunately, I think this fucking thing has seen its last fucking fly.
Poor shorts.
Oh, are they all dirty? Sorry. Yeah.
Let's see.
Good luck. Don't hurt yourself. I'm guessing salt. Yeah, I'm guessing what happened is that salt got wet and then dried in there, and it's like a scale in there, and like maybe the tube is plugged.
I think it might have a little metal in it because it looks like it's almost rusted.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure inside that plastic thing, there's probably like a little metal track.
Yeah.
So it might be rust. Let me try something.
Okay.
Bring me that chair. Scoot that chair next to me. Just right there. Knock some rust out of it.
You're gonna break that chair.
True.
You're gonna knock your phone over.
Hammer, I mean, this is how you clean a gun, by the way. All right, well, we tried. You bastards are lucky. All of you little flying. I'm getting a new one.
Yeah.
You know what I want? I think I'm gonna save up because I'm gonna get it from like myself for my birthday one year. They make cowboy 6-shooter pistols
Yeah.
that are salt guns now,
Oh, yeah.
and they have a deal where if you buy 2 of them, they give you a holsters for them.
Oh, boy.
So I can go like be sitting here doing the stream, and then a fly comes and I'm just like, hold on, guys. Anyway, what? And then if a bunch of flies come, hold on, guys. Sorry, it's gonna take a minute.
Maybe I should just get some fly paper next time I go to the store.
Or like a citronella candle would do it too.
Yeah. Citronella's not good for pets, though, so I wouldn't want Dino out here while it's burning.
Oh, really? Well, they can't eat it, but like being around the smoke of it is bad for them. Damn. Every dog I had used to sleep right up against the table. We had 3 citronellas burning on it. Citronella bad. Fly paper good though. Fly paper, we put a couple rolls of fly paper out here. We're gonna have to change it out 3 or 4 fucking times before we see anything happen. Why get pest control when you have salt revolvers? Exactly. Pest control won't help with this. These flies aren't breeding here. They're just on the wind. It's like the perfect time for the flies now. So they're just breeding. It's like crazy. Can you guys, I asked last night, what is the shout out about? There's hella people cruising through going, shout me out, and I don't understand, like, what do you get out of it? Are you gonna use it like in a TikTok compilation or like a, if If you guys will tell me like what's what with it, I might do it. But I don't understand like why you need it. So if you're willing to talk about that, I might do it for you if I think it's cool. But like, if you're just not gonna fucking like explain anything, then I'm not gonna do it for you. A little bit of dopamine, is that really all it is? Just like the hit of somebody that's online mentioning you? Thoughts on the California raisins? Well, there is something I know about them, but I can't give it full confidence because I heard it through the grapevine. Stripping grandma just taught me how to Dougie. Okay. Gauntlets down. This is an older dance, but I never see you kids do it anymore. She taught you how to Dougie. I'm gonna teach you how to Tootsie Roll, okay? This is a dope ass dance. It goes, cotton candy sweet as gold. Let me see that Tootsie Roll. I don't know what you've been told. This ain't the butterfly, it's the Tootsie Roll. It's a brand new dancer. Get on up, get on the dance floor, and work them hips a little bit. Now shake them hips a little bit. That's how you do. So now you know how to do the Tootsie Roll. The cotton candy sweet as gold. Let me see the Tootsie Roll. That's how you do it. And then there's like a line dancing part. They go to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right, to the front, to the front, to the back, to the back. Now slide, slide, baby, slide, slide, baby. Okay.
They taught us how to grapevine.
Well, if she doubles down, I'll have to teach him how to grapevine too. Whew. Cotton candy sweet as gold. You're looking like Wendy Williams doing the stanky leg. Now do the moonwalk. Hey, I'm sitting on that one. The pole mating ritual, yeah. Truth. Ooh. I need some ice water.
Okay, I love you.
Sorry, them flies are such a nuisance. Their days are numbered, though. Salt guns. Let's go. Shows do be thirsty, though. True. The 69 boys, yeah. Tootsie Roll. Get on up, get on the dance floor. Shake them hips a little bit. Oh, Paul, there's worse than stripping granny now. Dude, I don't care. Stripping Granny made an enemy tonight. There's a trans woman secretly streaming a guy feeling her up and he doesn't know he's on cam. YouTube, can we talk? I'm pretty sure that's illegal though. Maybe it isn't. It's not illegal to film somebody doing sexual things without their knowledge and then broadcast it? I'm pretty sure it is, though. I'm pretty sure that is. Hey, it's my sweet 16. Ooh, get him out. That's like telling on yourself in here, bro. This is 18 plus, homie. Happy birthday, you're banned. I don't need a play-by-play of what's going on that shit, bro. I don't need the play-by-play. Are you EDP? Who's EDP? Salutations. Greetings. Paul, I need advice. Why do friendships end? Everything ends. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Yeah. I know who I want to take me home. English or Spanish? Yo hablo inglés y un poquito español. Español conversacional, pero no es fluencia. Thoughts on Palestine and Israel? Yeah, I hope that like a ceasefire happens immediately. I hope that a permanent solution, a one-state solution is implemented as a result of this horrible, horrible shit. I hope that the world comes together and realizes that allowing these two states to exist in an apartheid arrangement is going to create this cycle of horrifying violence. And the international community needs to step up and provide guidance and protection and mentorship while this new blended coalition government is made. That's what I think. I don't think that there should be, at the end of this, an Israel or a Palestine. I think there needs to be a new state under a new constitution that guarantees the rights of everyone despite their religious background or their national origin. Choose one, Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo. Messi. If I had to choose one, Messi. Reason? He's hotter. He's a better looking guy. I don't really care about soccer. How old are you? You need an Arab Berber? What's a Berber? Can you tell me what that is? What is a Berber? Somebody look that up for me. I want to know what he's saying because I want to get one if it's cool. Would it look good? Is it clothes? Okay, then I switch. Ronaldinho. I switch. Justin Berber? No hate? No. Barber. Oh, okay. No. What would, did you say an Islamic barber? What would they do for me? Like, what kind of trim would they do on my beard and hair? Shorter, probably. Transformation. Maybe I'll do it. They'd give you a fade, like an uptown fade though. Not gonna lie, Arab barbers are next level. I have not heard this. They'd get you right? Really? Dude, if I ever go to the Arab world, and I do want to travel, I don't know if I'll ever get the pleasure of getting to travel much in the Arab world, but if I do, I'm going to a barber. For real, legit. I'll let him do whatever he thinks is necessary to make me look right. And we'll see how it looks. Because now I'm interested, bro. No, like in Canada. Oh, you don't. I wouldn't even have to go to the Arab world, like in Canada. There had to be one in the United States, right? Like in Michigan, maybe Dearborn, that area. I mean, there's a lot of Arabic people here in the USA. There's got to be like a decent Arabic barber here in the United States, right? I live in California. There's a lot of Arabic people here. It's like Turkish barbers. When you say Arabic, do you mean Saudi? Do you mean Iraqi, Iranian? Like what specific Arabic area? I agree, you do seem like an awesome person. There's probably one near you. Probably, but I need to know what I'm looking for. Like, is there a specific one? I am going to Google Arab barbers near me, and if it's fun, dude, if I go in there and they tell me they're going to make me look good, I might let them do it, dude. But they're going to want to, see, here's the problem. They're going to want to cut off of my hair. I know I'd probably look hella good in a fade because I got a great hairline, but like, dude, I like my long hair though. Turkish barber, 100%. Go to Turkey. I went last month and it was fun. Yeah. Hella Arabic barbers where I'm at, and they're all right quality and treat you very cheap. Cool. I'll have to check it out, man. If anything, maybe just for like a beard trim or whatever. Get braids. Dude, here, you know what happens when a white boy gets like fishbone braids or whatever, or like micro braids? Do you know what it looks like? It looks like he's a juggalo, dude. Every white boy that I've ever seen with braids, I immediately think like, whoop, whoop, he's down with the clown. Like, you can't be a white boy with braids and not look like you're a juggalo. And you know what I mean? I don't want to broadcast juggalo. Something takes a part of me. You are a juggalo? Yeah, but I don't want to rep it. I don't want people to look at me and that's the first thing they think is, whoop, whoop. Boom, go. Ew, you smoke. Get out. I'm an old ass guy, bro. I don't need your fucking feedback, kiddo. I subbed. Cool. Something takes a part of me. Something lost and never seen. How many times have I felt diseased? Something's raped and taken from me, Should you sub? Yeah, sub. Sometimes I cannot take my place. Sometimes it's my life I can't taste. Sometimes I cannot feel my face. You'll never see me far from grace. Something takes a part of me. See, if I go to a Turkish barber, how am I to go? I can't even make that noise if there's not hair flying around. Cockroach behind you? Gross. Yeah, they do be out here though. Wear glasses. Go. Dun, 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 dun. Something takes a part of me. You and I were meant to be. A cheap fuck for me to lay. Something takes a part of me. See, you can't do it. You gotta have the hair. Glad to see you're in good spirits today. Thanks, I am. Unwashed dreads, yeah. You look like the singer. I'm way fatter than, what's his name? Jonathan. What's his name? It's Jonathan something. Jonathan Davis, thank you, yeah. Dun, dun. He's actually from Bakersfield. The band Korn is from Bakersfield, which is just up the road from me. Not that far from where I grew up. Dun, 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 dun. Something takes a part of me. I have, okay, so here's a superpower that I have. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of 90s pop music. So like alt rock, this, that, the other. No shit, you're in Bakersfield? Cool. Yeah, Korn is a Bakersfield band, man. They broke in Bakersfield. A lot of bands actually do tour through Bakersfield because it's so close to the basin. Primus. Hello, Mr. Crinkle. How are you today? Seeing Primus in July. So you're ready for dude, Primus sucks. You ready for some mediocre country music? Primus sucks, dude. They know it. You know it. Deep in your heart. Please tell me you're joking. It's a meme in the Primus community. I'll bring you up to game on it because somebody helped me out. When you hear people talking about Primus and they say Primus sucks, it's people will yell Primus sucks at the band when they're playing. It's a meme amongst super fans of the band. Zoom dum 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 dum, brum bum 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 bum, brum bum 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 bum, brum bum 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 bum. I have a facility for memorization. If I really like a song, I can often sing it to like 80% accuracy after hearing it one time. And I have a big, big warehouse of lyrics in my head, most of them from the 80s and 90s. Mudvayne. Fuck, dude. That album was badass. That LD50 album. Bro. Kind of like y'all with DFF, you're very self-effacing, but you're dedicated, and so are your fans. Yeah. I don't have retention that quickly, but I have a similar talent for music retention, yeah. I can't really do a metal scream, so it's hard to know, but dig, bury me underneath everything that I am. Slowly changing, dig, bury me underneath everything that I was. Rearranging time. Snot. Snot. Dude, the best song on that album was Snooze Button. Fight Me. Takes 4 or 5 listenings to usually recall a song, but once I do, I can play it and sing it. Best Slayer song? Not a big Slayer fan. Yeah, my home base is like 90s alt rock, 90s pop, 90s hip hop, 90s R&B. The Toadies. What was their song? What was their hit song? Because I know when you said Toadies, I immediately thought Toad the Wet Sprocket. Did Toadies do Desperately Wanting? No, that's better than Ezra. Possum Kingdom. Ba-da, make up your mind. Decide to walk with me.
Probably should leave this all out here.
Around the lake tonight. Around the lake tonight. By my side. I know some 70s music. What's your opinion of R. Kelly's music? Dude, some great fucking tunes, dude. Have you ever heard, did he do Knockin' the Boots? Somebody rockin', knockin' the boots. Baby. Somebody rockin', knockin' the boots. I think he did do Knockin' the Boots. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Am I wrong? Or is that R. Kelly? That's an early R. Kelly, right? Do you think it was
R&B group H-Town?
H-Town? See, I was wrong. Yeah, I mean, R. Kelly was like, he got super popular with the I Believe I Can Fly shit. Not my favorite one of his songs.
It's got Shazam.
Shazam, yeah. Penny Royalty, great song. Cherry flavored and acid. Don't do 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 do. Sit and drink Penny Royalty. Limp Bizkit. Freaking me out, you wear a mask called counterfeit. You're freaking me out, you wear a mask. Freaking me out, you wear a mask called counterfeit. You're freaking me out, you wear a mask. Freaking me out, you wear a mask called counterfeit. You're freaking me out, you wear a mask. Freaking me out, you wear a mask called counterfeit. You're freaking me out, you wear a freak. I wonder what it's like to be a clone doing nothing on my own. Alone in my misery, you're biting on my new style, hard as a counterfeit. Candlebox. Give me what was their big song? Sometimes I'm bad with band names. I'm way better with songs. Everything in the 90s was, almost everything anyway, was a one-hit wonder. So band names were secondary to songs. What was Candlebox's big thing? Far Behind. I can't claim to be the biggest Candlebox fan. If I heard it, I could sing the whole fucking thing to you. Same thing with Collective Soul, man. Like, some of these band names elude me. But most of the time, the songs are pretty fucking good, dude. Not every time, though, but yeah, most bands from the 90s had a big hit they're known for. Yeah. Oh, that was Collective Soul? They did Runaway Train? Woke her up in the middle of the night. like a firefly without a light. She said, seems like I should be getting somewhere. Somehow I'm neither here nor there. Runaway train never going back. Wrong way on a one-way track. It's a song about homelessness. It's a song about a homeless girl. Really poignant fucking song. I remember the video of it was like heartbreaking because it was documentary footage of teenage kids living on the street in America. Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper. I might cry, dude. Cyndi Lauper is like my favorite 80s shit. That Time After Time and True Colors are two of like maybe 5 songs in the world that might bring me to tears. Like True Colors, I probably couldn't get through. Time After Time is just pretty. Too pretty. But I know them both. Someday you'll picture me. I'm walking too far ahead. You're gone in, you're calling to me. I can't hear what you said. When you say go slow, I fall behind. The second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. Do 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 do. Such a good song, man. That melody is so good and it's so sweet. Same thing with True Colors. So memorable and beautiful. Lightning Crashes. Dude, nobody ever talks about Live, dude. That fucking... Okay, so there's an album by a band called Live. The album name is Throwing Copper. And there were like 8 bangers on this album. Shit Town. The Dolphins Cry. Lightning Crashes. I mean, pretty much every song on Throwing Copper was fucking dope. And then Live just like released one more album. I think that's the one that Dolphins Cry was on. And then they just disappeared. It was like, what? What do you think of the cultural impact of the Grateful Dead? I'm not the guy to ask, man. I never was a great Dead fan. Like, my parents were not Deadheads. I really didn't get exposed to them until later in life, and by the time I was exposed to them, I feel like I was in love with a lot of better bands that sounded like them. Not to denigrate Jerry Garcia and the band and the boys. Like, I love that they have such a passionate fan base. It's just not my favorite shit, you know? Yeah, I Alone. Oh my God, I Alone is a fucking crazy song. What movies do you especially associate with the 90s? Scream for me. Scream. Jurassic Park. Terminator 2. Lethal Weapon. what were some other big ass 90s action properties? Die Hard, Last Action Hero, Predator. I mean, the list goes on, man. The 80s and 90s were such a vibrant time for film that it's like unbelievable, right? Twister, True Lies. I mean, the list could go on and on and on and on. I mean, 10 years is a long time, but those 90s, man. Lethal Weapon. I'm talking about like the later Lethal Weapons because they stayed good, in my opinion, bro. I'm talking about Lethal Weapon 2, Lethal Weapon 3. I know 2 might have been right on the edge, and 3 was definitely in the 90s, the one with Pesci in it. Everybody hates on that one. That was my favorite one. I think they just got better until they ended. True Lies was, oh, dude, True Lies, dude, you know what it was? Here's why True Lies is such a banger, right? Because a lot of people will like review that movie and spend like an hour. I'm just gonna boil it down for you. Here's why True Lies is a banger. Because the two best people at making action films in the world came together for the first time. Well, not the first time, but again at a time when they were both pushing the envelopes of their career. Right? Jim Cameron basically broke Arnold Schwarzenegger as a big actor. Arnold was not good. People made fun of him. Once he was in Terminator, his career went through the roof. And T2 even pushed it higher. And it's like him and Jim Cameron's careers were like this, right? And at the peak of both of their careers, they came together and made a movie together. Unbelievable. That's why. Now you could break it down into the camera work and the fucking smart, fast script writing and the fucking amazing edit, the shots, the fucking cinematography, the acting. You can go on all day about how there's not a single character in that film that wastes your time. It's another example of a movie where your time is not wasted being introduced to a character whose only job is to fill time. Or do exposition that a greater film would do by showing it to you, right? Bald, The Fifth Element. I like The Fifth Element a lot. I don't know what Bald is. Paul, what is the 80s trash movie with the most titties in it? I'll tell you right now, but you're not going to believe me, but believe me. There's an 80s, we used to call them Skinamax movies because the paid service that had the most softcore porn on it was Cinemax back in the 90s. So we used to call it Skinamax for obvious reasons. And there was a late night Skinamax movie that you can actually find called Caged Heat. No. This is way worse than Deathstalker 2. Caged Heat is what you want. It's about a lady cop who busts a lot of lady criminals, and then the lady cop gets implicated in a plot, and it gets thrown in jail with all of the criminal ladies. And they find a very unique way to punish her. Caged Heat, bro. Most egregious titty film. I don't think there's like 2 or 3 shots in that movie that don't have big old bouncing boobies in them. It is a masterpiece of titty cinema. But that's all that you get out of it if you like big old, and they're kind of like late 80s, early 90s boobs. So sometimes you get that real weird separated, you know what I mean? The 80s boob style. But whatever, like, I'm not hating. A boob is a boob. And if that's all you want, you can't do better than Caged Heat still to this day. It's the most titiful film ever. It's weird how boobs have changed shapes over the decades. Yeah. Well, back in the 50s, you had that pointy missile, the missile bra. And then in the 80s, it was like lift and separate. People wanted like big cleavage and like titties over here. And then in the 90s, it was like pushed together and tiny, but up. So you got like mad cleavage. And then in the 2000s, it was like, let them puppies flop a little bit. And then now it's like big fat floppy titties and a big fat ass. That's the hottest chick on the planet. That's where we're at now. I'm cool with that, by the way. But that's the etymology. Like back in the 90s, dude, people were lusting after washboards. You guys ever see Kate Moss? She's still like famous and stuff, but she just isn't like as famous. She was like a supermodel in the 90s. She was like an ideal woman in the 90s. It's why little girls that grew up in the 90s are so fucked up, and why bulimia was such a huge fucking deal in the 90s. Because that, like, they used to say that like the most beautiful women on the planet were like coat hangers. They had nothing but angles to give shape to fabric. And so no breasts, no belly, no curves, straight down, long legs, very slim waist, little to no hips, little to no ass, nothing on your chest. Tall. And that was it. So another woman that you can look at who, like, it's almost worrying to look at her, especially if you do like her name and then 90s, Fiona Apple. And I'm not making fun of her. I thought she was beautiful back in the day. I'm just letting you know how like I had the hugest crush on Fiona Apple. She was so fucking talented. Her voice was really what I was into, but the fact that she was kind of like the ideal beauty for that time, look up Fiona Apple 90s. Her album Tidal, not Tidal, like a tide coming in and out, is one of the best albums of the 90s. Banger after banger. She's beautiful. You know, I'm not trying, this is not body shaming. I'm just saying, like, from now to then, look at how people's expectations of beauty have changed. I think for a positive way, because the woman that is like idealized now is way closer to most women than Kate Moss and Fiona Apple were, and Kate Winslet, and who's that chick? She's British, Keira Knightley. I mean, she's just, like, I'm not trying to objectify. I'm just saying that Fiona Apple was the object of, she was an elite beauty in her time, and if you saw her walking down the street looking like that now, you would probably say, oh my god, she's probably got an eating disorder, right? Is this Paul's ego? Yeah. Who else would it fucking be? Who else do you know that is both this blindingly attractive and this smooth? I'm kidding. Who else do you know that looks more like an ogre that lives under a bridge and can talk mean shit? How about that? That's a little closer to the truth. TJ Kirk. I work with TJ Kirk, but I am not him. And he is not I. He is I, and I am him, slim with a tilted brim. What's my motherfucking name? Snoop Doggy Dogg. Yeah. I don't really have much smoothness, but I have a very low threshold of embarrassment. Or very high threshold, I guess would be the way to say that. I was a theater kid growing up, and so I'm used to being extroverted, and I don't care when people laugh at me. It's fun to make people laugh, even if it's at you. Are you preppy like my cat? Preppy? I don't think of myself as very preppy, no. But does it mean the same thing as prep? Preppy used to mean prep school kid, like rich kid. Is that what it still means, or is preppy something else? Paul, do you still have that Pig Wheels hat that was on its last legs? Yeah, I do. I have that hat. It's crammed away in a box somewhere, but I would not throw that hat away. That hat lives. If anywhere in my heart, but somewhere in a box. Paul is goth? No, I mean, I kind of wanted to be, but you can't be like fat and goth as a dude. As a chick, you can be all busty and chunky and Rubenesque and stuff and be goth. But as a dude, if you're fat and trying to be goth, you're fucked, bro. There's really not a lot you can really do without looking real goofy. But dude, I would have done it just to try and score chicks because like, what is like, what are like the hot chicks of this generation? Are they like, okay, let me give you an example. So like in the 90s, goth chicks were like top of the tier, right? Probably in the 80s, cheerleaders. So cheerleader style. Maybe in the 70s, like Valley girls or hippie chicks, right? So hippie chicks in the 70s, Valley girl cheerleaders in the 80s. In the 90s, it was goth chicks. 100% every dude wanted a goth girlfriend. And so in the 2000s, I think it was like strippers. I think like the more you looked like a stripper. And did it ever stop? Or is it still just stripper? But what's the style though? Explain to me like the overall style of a TikToker girl. Because I could do that for the ideal like goth girl, right? Pale makeup, black eyeliner, sometimes black lipstick, right? Usually like manic panic hair, so green, red, dark red manic panic hair, fishnets or dark black, very straight flat ironed hair, black fishnet stuff, black t-shirts, black jeans or like a black dress, short cut with black fishnets or big boots. Like what is so show me the look. What is the look now? 2000s nostalgia is back. Look at Billie Eilish style. Is Billie Eilish considered to be top tier sexual fantasy material though? Because my understanding, she probably is not at the top of, not to belittle her or reduce her to that, but I'm just talking about like, what is, because I don't think that you're right. I don't think it's girls dressing hella baggy. Is that right? The Vanellope von Schweetz look? That's fucking creepy if true. That's creepy if true. I'm a goth girl. I have blue hair, heavy black makeup, black crop top, and flared leggings. Cool. Yeah, like, so I was on the money, right? You wouldn't correct my 90s goth estimate there? Never run uphill, me boys. I see a lot of other girls dressed like me. Sundresses. So is it like trad wife is hot now? Is it like trad wife? Is it like kind of like less sexy, more demure, kind of like traditional, easy breezy? Is that what's hot right now? Is that what you would say? Trad is the thing right now, yeah. Would you guys all back that up? I'm interested. I don't know, you know. Sundresses are very trad. I feel cute as fuck in one. Yeah, most, I mean, ladies all look cute as fuck in them. That's not at the issue. Yeah, no, it's very trad though. Like sundresses are very trad. People say sundresses. Oh, bro, I'm telling you see, this is why I'm asking, because like back in the 90s, a sundress was like not skin tight. It was flowy. Like right at the mid-thigh and had a little move to it, but it was slimline on your body, right? Maybe strap, right? But it wasn't like skin tight. Is it just like a body glove kind of thing now? Paul wears a sundress only on Sundays. Yeah, sounds right to me. Yeah, they don't actually know what a sundress is. It's turned into a whole thing online now. Really? Bro, I didn't know I was uncorking this much of a fucking mystery, bro. I didn't know I was going to go that deep. I didn't know the rabbit hole went this deep. Yeah, like a beach dress, or like one you'd wear to a picnic in the summer or the spring, right? Like it's got enough fabric so if you want to sit down on a blanket or something, your legs aren't all over it. Like you can cover yourself easy, but it's like short enough and the material is light and sheer on the outside enough that it has a little flow to it when you turn, right? That's a sundress, right? What's the cultural capital of America? Los Angeles. You'd be hard pressed to make. I mean, I guess you could make an argument for New York City, and I'd listen to it. There's a lot of the economic base is there, but the cultural base is Los Angeles. Like if you go to Los Angeles, and I'm not even trying to flex, if you go to Los Angeles and you go to like the hip areas of Los Angeles, like you hit up the Santa Monica or the Sunset Strip, right? And you do it on the right night and you get into the right clubs, you're going to see people wearing fashion that you won't start to see other people wearing for like 2, 3, 6 months. Like if you really want to get ahead of fashion trends and be like a trendsetter, people used to do this in the 90s. This has always been true about Los Angeles, right? Girls especially were really interested in people that lived outside of LA, but within striking distance in California would all, like the girls would get together and do a trip. And the whole idea of the trip was to dress cute enough to get into the Viper Room or one of these other clubs on the Strip. The Viper Room at that time owned by Tommy Lee, one of the hottest clubs on the Strip. I think it's still there, but it's changed ownership. But at the time, I don't know if it's still a hot club, but at the time it was that, the Whiskey A Go-Go. These were like super duper densely packed hot clubs. You'd see celebrities and you would see the bleeding edge of fashion. And that is still true. So if you really honestly like fashion and fashion trends, you should be going and doing nightlife shit in the really popular parts of Beverly Hills, Hollywood, LA, etc., right? You'd never get into the Viper Room? I've been to the Viper Room 5 fucking times, dude. My friends were supposed to play the Viper Room at this next day after they played the Whiskey, and the Viper Room stiffed them. So we didn't play it. The Viper Room was not impossible to get into. It's not like this, it's not like Studio 54, you know, where Steve, what's his name, was sitting out there and like pointing out just hot people that were well dressed. Like if you lined up and you didn't look like a fucking bum, they let you in because you had money in your wallet. It's like you could hobnob with fucking rich and famous people and shit, and see the hottest fucking bitches and the hottest men, and like it was like attainable shit. Like, yeah, I've been to the Viper Room a bunch of times while Tommy Lee owned it. People act like it's Club 33 at Disney. Nothing on the Strip is unattainable. That's the thing about it. That's why people flock from the world over to come to it, because legitimate top tier movie stars will literally be sitting down next to you to get a fucking slice of pizza. Happened to me. Dude, one of my most famous stories is the trip this trip that I was talking about, where I roadied for the band Spread Needle in the early 2000s. It's my early 20s. I went on a couple of little tour dates with them and helped them out up and down the California coast at some venues. And one of those venues was the Viper Room, the Viper Room and the Whiskey A Go-Go. The Viper Room was right near Whiskey, and they got booked at both within a day of each other. And the Whiskey is where the doors broke. So it's like a fucking storied venue, right? And, the Viper Room, like I said, ended up being a fucking stiff. But the Whiskey was the one that they were the most excited to play anyway. And I remember we showed up the day, right? We had all that shit. We'd hauled all that shit. Show up on the Strip. Walk to the Whiskey A Go-Go, to the fucking toll booth. We knock on it for a while. Somebody finally answers like, what? And we're like, yeah, we're Spread Needle. And they're like, oh, here's your tickets. And they hand us like this big fat book of tickets. And we're like, no, 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 we're the band. And he was like, I know. He was like, go sell all those tickets or you can't come in. And he just like, so like it's literally a scam to get bands to come play there, to make them go sell tickets. And so we all like took the tickets, right? We all divided them up and we all went different ways and said, hey, let's do this for like 3 hours. We'll meet back here. We did it. I think we'd all sold like maybe 10 tickets. There was 100 tickets in the booth, in the book. They were $5 a piece. I think that in order to get all the rest of the tickets, we needed something like $500. That was a lot of money back then. The dudes were devastated, bro. Devastated. Like, they were like, I can't believe we came all this way and we're not going to get to play that. Like, their name was already up on the marquee. It was sad, bro. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, good Samaritan Paul or brag or anything, but I went over to the fucking ATM and I found out, okay, guys, it won't let me pull out more than 300, but if you guys will fucking drive me to my bank, I will pull out the money. And I fucking straight up did it. I didn't have a lot of money, but I had a couple grand in savings at that time. I just straight out bought the tickets and we passed them all out for free. And they got to play the Whiskey that night, and it was dope as fuck, right? They rocked the stage. They were a great band, man. They had a lot of fucking energy. It was like new metal stuff. $500. I just want to underline it. That was a big splash out for me back in the day. That was like maybe a quarter of my savings, but I could not watch those dudes' hearts be broken by that shit. Like, they deserved to rock. And they did, you know, whatever. It didn't break them as a national band or whatever. I don't even think they wanted that shit. But yeah, that night they rocked. I had already packed out, so we'd packed up our trailer and it was still parked there. The guys were kind of mulling around, talking to girls and shit. I was in a relationship. Let me give you a caveat. At the time this was going on, I was in Hollywood. Back in Fresno, my girlfriend, the first woman that I ever loved, really, like the first woman I lost my virginity to, she had been my fiance of 3 years at this point, was fucking my best friend in my bed. No joke. I didn't know at the time, but while I was out of town on this trip, my fiance was having sex with what I thought was my best friend at the time, because I didn't know he was a snake. So anyway, they rock out. We've packed out. We packed up our little fucking van that we rented. The guys are milling around, trying to get laid, talking to people, talking to other bands that played that night and shit. I needed a smoke, so I stepped out front. And it was pretty late. And the strip was kind of like still buzzing, but not as buzzing as it would be like during tourist hours and shit, right? And I lit a smoke and I look, I'm a people watcher. You guys have heard me talk about it here. I love looking at people. And it's not to be nosy or whatever. It's just I love watching what they get. Some people just derive pleasure from seeing people go about their day. And it's not like I follow people. It's like I watch people on the street in public places. And I note what they're doing and how they are and what they're doing, right? So I'm doing that out in front of the Whiskey A Go-Go on the strip. And I see this big, tall, blonde woman across the street. Big, tall, long, blonde hair, right? And she's walking with this like huge, like eclectic group of people. Black guys, white guys, Spanish guys, girls of all shapes and sizes. I don't mean to demean, but there was a dwarf with her, a little person in the crew. And I was like, damn. Bonus, you know, I get to smoke my cigarette and watch this crew. I wonder what they're fucking up to, right? So they're walking kind of across my field of view on the other side of the street. They get to a corner. The Whiskey's right on the corner of, I don't know and I don't know, but it's right on the corner of two streets, right? And they're crossing towards me. And as they get closer, I'm like, is that Nicole Smith? And the first thing in my brain was like, nah, dude, that's not. What the but then I thought about it, and I was like, this is the place where like like Anna Nicole Smith comes to party. And as she was walking like across the street to be on the same side of the street as the whiskey, it went from, nah, that's not her, to fucking A, that's her. And then as they got closer, the dwarf, and this is fucked up that I even know this, but I'll explain myself. The dwarf was a woman that went by the stage name Bridget the Midget. She was a dwarf porn star. Don't ask, don't insinuate. Okay, my friend had a video. I called bullshit. He said it was called Itty Bitty Bang Bang, and it was nothing but dwarves. I watched it, and she was in it. Okay? Okay. And I was like, that's Bridget the Midget. That's Anna Nicole Smith, and that's a bunch of like hangers on. And I was like, fuck. So obviously, like I don't see celebrities every day. So I was like, probably staring a little bit. It's a little rude, right? And she's walking across the street, and she's coming right in front of the whiskey to go back up the boulevard just on this side of the street. And I'm like, looking. And as they get close, I didn't like stare with my eyes wide like this. But like I looked back a couple of times to like double check. Yep, that's Anna Nicole Smith. Yep, that's her. And at some point, as the entourage is about to cross, she stops. And they all stop. And she goes, what the fuck are you looking at? And I look behind me because I'm thinking like, whoa, somebody's fucking pissed off Anna Nicole. But I'm the only one. And then I'm like, oh, she's talking to me. And I just stammered or something. I was like, she was like, shut up, loner, loser. And she walked by, and her whole entourage like bickered at me. And dude, I'll never forget it, dude. They did this shit at me. And I was standing there like holding my cigarette, like, shit you not, bro. That type of shit just happens to people. No, dude, she ate me up and shit me out and then ate me again, and the poop disappeared into her. I'm still in her belly. She ate and then ate more. No crumbs on the plate, licked it clean. She ate. Didn't she call you the F slur? Yeah, I remember like the entourage saying, you loner, faggot, loser. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they were just, you know, all the 90s insults. With the L on the forehead, dude. Nice lady. Real nice lady. Whatever, maybe I was being rude. I was drunk. So my memory says I wasn't staring to the point of no return, but maybe I was, because I was, dude, I'll admit that. I was at the whiskey. I was drinking. I needed a fresh air, you know? No, Anna Nicole Smith, the milk pig. Dude, she was hot. Yeah. Yeah, Anna Nicole Smith was banging. She was like a bustier Marilyn Monroe style chick, man. Yeah, she's pretty popular. Even though her body type was kind of like the opposite of what people thought were hot in the 90s, she was Marilyn Monroe-esque enough that she got over it. Talking about the midget. Stop. Don't do it, Mr. Sinatra. No, that was funny. That got me. If you had to choose one form of imbibing weed, bong, blunt, edible, etc. for the rest of your life, what would you pick? Blunt. Like, no hesitation. Blunt. Or joint, or whatever the fuck. I'd roll up for the rest of my life. Why would you ever go with anything else, bro? That same trip, some crazy stuff happened. We went out drinking that night. It was like 10:30, 11 when that happened. We went out drinking and wanted a late night slice. And there's this place that's right near the whiskey. I can't remember it, but it's like famous on the Strip for pizza. And we'd heard that you can go in there all night, get a little table. They don't care if you're drunk as long as you're not unruly. And they'll give you a pretty good slice. So we went in there, right? And we're like standing kind of like in line, not quite ready to sit down because we're looking at these menus. It's one of those places that didn't have menus at the table. You kind of got to pick what you want. So we're looking and somebody squeezes by me. And all I hear is like, excuse me, excuse me. I'm like, oh, sorry about that, man. You know, and I'm looking, right? I'm drunk. And then we end up getting like a pitcher of beer and a pizza. And I got way more drunk, man, because I was already, it's like, you ever hear like beer than liquor, never sicker, liquor than beer, you're in the clear? I was on that principle, liquor than beer. So I'd liquored up at the whiskey and then I was beering it out. You know what I mean? That's so true, by the way, too. I don't know why it works that way, but beer than liquor, never sicker. Liquor than beer, you are in the clear.
Where are you forking it?
He went this away.
Forking it.
He heard somebody walking or saying something or something. I don't know what he did.
Oh, chill out.
So anyway, like I said, I'm standing there looking at the fucking menu at this pizza joint on the Strip. Two dudes walk behind me. It becomes relevant. Excuse me, excuse me. And they have to walk by my whole crew, so they sound kind of annoyed. And I'm like, oh, sorry, dude, sorry. Because we're standing right in the way. It's like a narrow entry to this place. Then you go in, you sit down. It's all these like high top tables with stools. So I sat at one of those with my back to most of the people in the room, looking out the front window so I could watch people go by, getting drunk. We had 2 or 3 pitchers of beer between me and the 4 band guys that were there. You know, we were pouring it up, and I got pretty drunk, but not belligerent. And I was like, dude, I wonder how many famous people come up in here. And the guys were like, dude, you should ask the waitress, man. She'd know. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm going to ask the waitress. She came by, you know, she was like, hey, gentlemen, can I get you anything else? Any more pizza? Another pitcher? And we were like, I was like, yeah, we could probably do another pitcher. And she was like, cool, I'll bring you one. I was like, wait, can I ask you a question? And she looked at me kind of scared because I think she thought I was going to ask her out. And I was like, no. I was like, I'm drunk. Remember this. I was like, you ever get any like famous people up in here? And she literally cracks up. Like, not like, she goes, and I was like, what? What did I say? What did I say? Everybody's like, all my friends are stunned too, right? They're like, what? She's just laughing her ass off. A couple of the other people that are sitting nearby overheard the whole thing and laughed too. And she was like, sir, she was like, did you see who was sitting at that table right there? And that it was a table literally next to the table we were at. But it's one of those round high top tables, right? But they were literally the next table over. Did you see who was sitting at that table right there? And I was like, no, who was it? And she goes, did you see who had to squeeze by you and all your friends when they came in here? The 2 guys? I was like, no. And like more people were catching on because it's a small place. And they were laughing because I think everybody in there knew. It's just kind of an unspoken rule. You don't approach them there. So it was good I didn't know. So now, if you know, don't answer. But those of you that have heard this story for the first time, I want you to try and guess which 2 stars had brushed by me and sat right next to me for a pizza late at night on the Strip. They're 2 well-known guys, superstars, that are well-known like best buds. That's what I'll tell you. Both of them have been in some of the biggest movies that have been made in the last 20 years. And they were probably near the peak. Somebody said it, but I think you've been around a long time. I said if you know it, don't fucking spoil it. Yeah. She said to me, that was Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire. They come here every Friday. It's their favorite spot on the Strip. It's just an unspoken rule that they're not bothered here. And I was like, you fucking kidding?
He was all pissed at you.
Yeah.
Pissed off Leo.
He wasn't pissed, but he was annoyed that he had to walk by a bunch of fucking big corn-fed idiots from the valley to get into his pizza joint.
Yeah.
He knew what he was ordering.
Yeah.
And everybody in the audience, or not audience, but like the little restaurant that was listening and in the area just laughed. They thought it was the funniest shit. A couple dudes like walked by me and patted me on the back as they left. I was like, thanks, man. I didn't know. Just like probably the dumbest question she'd heard all night.
Just too drunk to notice.
Yeah. I saw in New York City. I went to New York City with my dad when I was around the age of 14. It was my favorite trip I ever took in my entire life. It was a total seat of your pants adventure, and it's the way that I go now. My dad was a union boss, union president, and so he had to go to a lot. And then when he stopped being a union president, which he did around, I think it was 10 or 11, he became a boss. And so he had to go to these, like, conferences, I guess you'd call them, all over the country. And he hated it because he'd be gone for 2 or 3 weeks, and he had me and my sister on a rotating 1 week. So he was like, he missed all his time with us when he was gone. And so he was like, I can't afford to take both of the kids, you and your sister, but I will alternate back and forth. And the one that he chose, that I got to go on, I was so salty because my sister, I can't remember where she got to go.
Chicago or something?
Something cool, yeah. And I got Pittsburgh. And I was like, aww. And he was like, dude, I bet it's beautiful there. We're going to drive all over that place. We're going to find the best restaurants. I bet it's cool there. He's like, I bet it's way better than you think. And I was like, all right. So I got into it. And one of the things you had to do when somebody was going to take you out of school for 3 weeks is your teachers would come up with an individualized lesson plan that included journaling, drawing pictures and taking Polaroids if you could, and taping it in, like scrapbooking. That was your big project, basically. And then when you came back, you had to present it to the class. And so I went with I had 2 of those. Have you seen those like black notebooks that are like, they're black and flecky?
Oh, you mean the composition?
Composition books. I had 2 composition books and a bunch of number 2 pencils and sharpeners and my little backpack, and we went to Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh was kind of cooler city. Can you turn on the porch light for me? I'm sorry, baby. Pittsburgh was a cooler city than I thought it was going to be. Sorry, it just got dark out here real quick. But it was boring as fuck. My dad was busy at that thing, and he figured out after 2 days, we were supposed to be there 3 weeks. Or no, 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks. He figured out after 3 days that it wasn't worth his time, and after 5 days that he was going to leave. So we had basically a week and change. And he came home one night way before he said he'd be home. It was like lunchtime or something, and he's like, boy, I'm done with this bullshit. I ain't going to learn nothing here or meet nobody worth shit here. You want to go to New York City? And I was just like, and so you have to know, like at this point, I was a theater kid. So going to New York, like, and he's like, yeah, we'll see some Broadway. We'll do that. I was like, are you fucking with me? I didn't even know, like, geographically, Pittsburgh was, like, drivable to New York. And it really is quite a ways. But we did it. Pack your shit. We're checking out. I was like, cool. Packed up. Threw everything in the car, jumped in the car, and he got on the freeway to New York. We drove all through the night because it was late afternoon by the time we were all packed up and left. Drove all through the night, and we arrived in New York at like 2 a.m. We were crossing, I think, the George Washington Bridge into New York. And we were going like tourists because neither one of us knew anything about New York or where to go. We were driving onto Manhattan, like the southern tip of Manhattan on the GWB. at 2 a.m. For those of you that don't know, and maybe it's changed now, Manhattan in the middle of the night in the commercial district is a ghost town. There's nothing open. There's no people. All the businesses are dark. All the buildings are empty. All the alleys are filled with a few people peering out from behind dumpsters. It's fucked. So we arrive in New York City and we're like, what do we do, man? And so we had to pee like fucking forever because there's like nowhere to pee between getting into the New York area and getting onto Manhattan. So we end up in Battery Park, which is the very southern tip of Manhattan. It's where you go to board the ferry to go to Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty. This would have been in 1994. So keep in mind, in 94, Giuliani had not yet done the sweeping legislation that changed Times Square and the commercial district. It was very seedy still. It was way closer to the New York City depicted in the movie Taxi Driver, if you've ever seen that. Parts of it were really nice and rich, and especially during the day, but parts of it were very, very destitute and seedy. This was 93 or 94. And we ended up in Battery Park, and my dad is like, well, this is a public park. There's probably a little bathroom in it. And so we walked around for a minute, not knowing how dangerous this was, by the way. You didn't want to wander in to a park in Manhattan in the middle of the night, but what the fuck? We didn't know any better. So there we went. And of course, the public bathrooms are locked because homeless people would just live in there at night. And so we ended up going like, fuck it, we're going to pee in a trash can. So we both peed in this trash can, but it turns out in the dark, we couldn't tell. There was no bag in the trash can. There was a hole in the bottom of the metal trash can, and our piss ran down the sidewalk of Battery Park and puddled up right where the line entrance was for the Ellis Island ferry. We were like, get back on the car. So anyway, we decided to try something because legit, we like drove around for a while, couldn't find a hotel. And so my dad was like, fuck it, I'm going to this 24-hour parking garage and we're going to put the fucking thing up in front and we're just going to kick our seats back. We're going to pay for 24 hours and we're just going to sleep it off in the car until we can go. So the city wakes up and we can find like a business to go to or something to get food. And I was like, yeah, sounds good, Pops. So he pulled into like this underground parking garage or this multi-level parking garage. I think this one was kind of underground, or at least under the building level of the ground, maybe at like subway level. And we parked and did exactly that. We put that like sunscreen thing up in the window and kicked both of our chairs back and just like slept. And we probably got like an hour of sleep before we heard like, and we were like, huh? And there's this big fat security guard and he's like, hey, you can't sleep in here, sir. You can't sleep here, sir. This is not a hotel. You're gonna have to take your son and find somewhere to sleep. And we were like, fuck, okay, buddy, sorry. He's like, no problem, just get out of here. And we're like, oh, man. So anyway, we go up. And it just so happens that now the city's kind of waking up. It's probably like 5:30 or 6. So like the bagel shops are open and the breakfast joints are open and all that shit, right? And we're like, fuck yeah. So we go get a bagel. Best bagel I'd ever had in my life. Still to this day, I've never had a better bagel. Well, that's not true. I had a better bagel one time. It was in Washington, D.C. That's a different story, though. Had a bagel, got a little food in our stomachs, got a little coffee in our bellies, right? And then my dad's like, fuck it, I'm feeling awake enough. The parking garage, I shit you not, the business that it was right next to, tour place that did the double-decker bus tour. And it was cold as a witch's tit, man. So we were like, my dad was like, you want to do that? And these dumbass fucking milk pigs, dude, They were getting on top, and it was like 20 degrees. It was frozen out there. It wasn't snow sticking on the ground at the point, but it was cold as a witch's tit. We were bundled all up. My dad was like, boy, you want to sit on the bottom level inside the bus? And I was like, yes, Dad. So we went all the way to the back of that, right? Every other milk pig that paid for the money was up on top, freezing their tits, right? It was so stupid. But anyway, we got all the way in the back, so we had basically the whole bus to ourselves on the inside, and it was good and warm in there. And so we just kind of like, I leaned against one window in the back, and he leaned against the other. And we listened to the guy for about 10 minutes, and we both learned one thing about New York from the tour. That New York is built largely on a big outcropping of schist. It's a type of sediment rock. That's the only thing both of us could remember, because then we fell asleep. And we were woken up by the bus driver. Excuse me, sir, you can't sleep here. Tour's over. Gonna have to leave. We're like, oh, fuck, man. So off we walk. Milk pig. You weren't here earlier. That's an insult that I stole from some black Hebrew Israelites. They yelled it at my then girlfriend when I walked by them in Bellevue, Washington. They said, "Look at this cracker walking his little milk pig." And I thought it was funny. So anyway, I use it now. I'm gonna use it more because I think it's funny. I say, hey, dude, don't get mad at me about it. The racial insinuation of it, dude. I didn't make it up, dude. Get mad at those black Hebrew Israelites, okay? I stole it off of them. They called my girl a milk pig. They said I was walking her. They said, look at this cracker walking his little pink-haired milk pig. And then they started squealing into the bullhorn. So I just stole it. I'm stealing it, dude. I'm copping it. Just like they stole the Jewish faith, I'm stealing milk pig. Taking one back. Did she get mad? She thought it was funny as fuck, dude. Ashley was chill as fuck about shit like that. She did get mad when I would bust it out at her once in a while. I didn't do it all the time. But no, not actual mad. No, Ashley's chill as fuck about that type of shit. She didn't get fucking... She'd get worked up about that type of shit. Milk pig is crazy, I know, dude. Fucking don't look at me, dude. Anyway, you guys fucked me up because I'm on my New York story. So anyway, my dad and I start walking. Now we've got like maybe 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. We're fucked up. We're looking for a hotel. We wanted like a Motel 6. Turns out there was some fucking convention in town, and all of these like Motel 6s, Motel 8s, little fucking Red Roof Inns and stuff that they put down in there for business people and travelers and stuff, everyone was sold out. It was fucked, bro. It was fucked up, right? And so we went to this like hotel, and I don't think this was the name, but it was like the St. Mark's Hotel or some shit like that, or the St. Helens Hotel. And look, dude, we're fucking fresh ass noobs, dude. We have never even been to New York. We walk into this place, bro, it looked like something out of fucking Seven. I'm not even kidding you, bro. I'm not even kidding you. You seen that movie Seven? You know when they walk into that big milk pig's house and he's like face first in his shit? Bro, we walked in, it looked like the place like the rental office at the place he lived in, bro. We were like, whoa. It was like dingy yellow light, and like one of the lights was going like... And there's this dude sitting in there in like a wife beater, and he's reading a newspaper, and he's bald as fuck on top. He's got like a comb over, wispy comb over, and he's in there like reading a newspaper. And we walk up, and he doesn't even look up, so my dad rings the bell. He goes, ding! And the dude like looks over his paper and sees us, and he's like, can I help you? And my dad was like, hotel? You want a room? My dad goes, yeah. He goes, it's $15 an hour. And my dad was like, an hour? We want to rent a room for the night. Oh, it's $125 a night. And my dad was like, okay, can we see a room? And the guy rolled his eyes. He's like, Follow me. And he grabs this like bronze key off of the wall, takes us up 2 flights of stairs, unlocks this door. It swings open. There's a window on the wall that's about this wide, and a shaft of light is hitting a mattress on the floor. There's no other piece of furniture in the room. It is a mattress on the floor, and the sheets are folded up at the end of the bed. And there's a shaft of light coming through the prison window slit. There's no bathroom. And my dad goes, "Thank you, no thank you." And the guy mumbled like, "Wasting my fucking time." So eventually we walked, and then we took a taxi, and we ended up in the Times Square area. And about 1 block over from Times Square, there was a place that said walk-up rooms for rent, $125 a night, blah, blah, blah. And we went in there, and this little old lady clearly owned the building. And she looked at us, and she took our money and gave us a key. We walked up 2 flights of stairs, and it was a beautiful little room. There was a bed. It was like a house with like 10, maybe, I don't know if it was 10, maybe 5 or 6 rooms, right? And so it was perfect. It was like a bathroom with a door that closed, a little closet, a bed, a TV, a window that was not a prison window, the whole 9. And that's where we ended up staying. I don't know what the place's name was. Like I said, it was a little private place. And on top of that, so we were living, if you've ever been in that area, things are just slammed up against each other in that area, right? And our building kind of was on top of a pizza place. And so we went downstairs, and it was in the morning, and I was hungry, and the dude that ran the little front-facing stall at the pizza place overheard me and my dad talking. My dad was like, "You want pizza?" And I was like, "No, man, I want breakfast." And the guy was like, "We got breakfast." And I was like, "Oh, what breakfast you got?" He's got pepperoni roll, is what he told me. And I was like, "For breakfast?" He's like, "Believe me, best breakfast." I was like, "All right, give me one." And he looked at me. I was a little pudgy kid. He said, "You're gonna want 2." I was like, "Okay, give me 2." My dad said, "Give me 2." Pepperoni roll was about that long. It was fresh baked bread and pepperoni. That was it. Pepperoni is baked into the bread, so it was cooked down, and that juices and the grease were cooked into that fresh baked right out of the oven roll, bro. It was the greatest thing I ever had in my life. My eyes blew wide open when I took a bite of it. I was like, what the fuck? It was fucking crazy, bro. No cheese at all. There was like, you know when they bake a fresh bread, maybe there's Parmesan on top and it's like crusty on top? There was a little bit of a cheesy flavor to the bread, but there was no like cheese pull to it. It was literally just stacks of pepperoni baked into that roll and all cooked down so they're all soft and like wilted a little bit and a little crispy almost. Fuck, dude. So we stayed at that hotel for a week, and we were in New York City for a week, and I ate a pepperoni roll. I ate 2 for breakfast every day, and I'd still be eating them every day if I was right there still. It was a cool trip, man, but it was crazy as fuck. But that's how I do now, dude. I'd hate pre-planning to the point of like just not even really having free time on a trip. I like to kind of go by the seat of my pants and see what's what, see what happens. And I really thank my dad for that, for putting me in that mindset, because I don't know a lot of people that would just be like, want to go to New York and drive there in the middle of the night? Where did y'all leave the car? In the parking garage. We paid for like a whole week worth of parking at the parking garage. It was like $200 at the end of the day for the 1 week commuter package or whatever the fuck it was. That's a lot of money back then, but what the fuck? My dad was on the company dime. I have to ask him, now that he's back in my life, I'll have to ask him if he was out of pocket on all that, or if he put that on the card. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go stretch my legs. Sitting in this fucking chair does me no favors. I love a rocking chair, but food. Fuck. Yeah, buddy. About to move from Florida to Washington because the West Coast is the best coast, and Florida just outlawed mandatory water breaks. Fuck. A milk pig, dude. Dude, that's wild, dude. Milk pig is out of pocket, 100% out of pocket. Like, I don't even know how you have a mind that comes up with that shit. I'm a male stripper in Seattle. Hot. Went to NYC at the height of COVID because I had to get my sister from the airport, and the city was a ghost town. It was eerie. Dude, was it like that scene in Devil's Advocate where Keanu walks out into the streets and like the assistant says, "Go to him. He'll make all that pain go away." And he like walks out into the streets, and it's like right there in Times Square, and it's just empty. Would it be racist if you called him? Yes. Yeah, probably would be, dude. I think it's pretty racist he called me a milk pig, but, you know, I've made it my own. I've decided not to let the slur own me. Now I use it. Good night from Memphis. Oh yeah, like I said, dude, it gets dark quick. It's fucking true night now. 9:06, pretty much right on the dot. Like 8:45 to 8:50 is when the sun goes down over the horizon usually. At least that's my observation. N-word type reclamation, yup. I didn't make it up. It was slung as invective at somebody that I loved. And I decided not to let the anger and sadness and shame of that own me, and so now I use it. When I see a white guy that I know, I go, "What up, what up, my milk pig?" And he's like, "Oink, oink." And I don't want to hear you guys using it either. Dude, I'm joking. I'm not trying to undermine the N-word. I actually kind of just agree with it. I don't 100% agree with it, but it is what it is, bro. I understand that word is fucking hella triggering to people of color, and I understand why. That's why I don't use it anymore. You nearly said milker. Dude, stop. Yes, but yeah, I did though. I can't, dude. Triggling. This has been a wild live, dude. What the fuck have I done? Dude, you guys owe me a subscription. All 187 of you. Kill, kill, kill. Murder, murder, murder. 187. Murder, death, kill. Murder, death, kill. All of you at least should sub to me, bro. Come on. I ain't even take donations over here. I ain't ask you for a thing. I ain't try to sell you anything except the term milk pig all night, bro. All night I've been going. Click the bell, subscribe to me, hit the like button. Fucking come back, you know, come on. Don't make me ask for this shit. I hate doing it, but it does. Hey, there might be more people here next time because of that. I appreciate it. I won't ask again. That's the worst part about your job, man, is having to do the, give me a like, give me a sub, help me out in the algorithm. Dude, I'll tell you one more, leave a comment, bro. Nobody ever comments on these. Leave a fucking comment. And that's it. I'm done. Thank you. All right. What are we talking about? Milk pigs? What's your content like nowadays? Do you still make fun of people on the internet like back in the day? Sometimes, yeah. Mostly politicians now, though. Like our politics have been kind of front facing, as a lot of people's have in the post-COVID era. We're really political now. Like, sub, hit the bell, leave a comment, share, save, download. Yeah, fucking bullshit, right? Onion Nuggets does not make us miserable. I actually enjoy doing it. Just sometimes the news in Onion Nuggets is hard to process in a funny way because a lot of horrible shit, right? So, I don't know. Like, I think I do pretty well with it. Ever miss the Christian poundage days of YouTube? Nah. Some ways I miss when things were not as political. Oh, me too, bro. I miss the time when people's politics were not superseded by Democrat and Republican. Like, the people that raised me, their political home was their union. So they gave a fuck about blue or red. They cared about the union first and foremost. That's where their allegiance was, and that's where mine is. I give no willing allegiance other than the base amount that I have to live in this country legally to Joe Biden or Donald Trump or any other fucking national level or state level politician. They're all corrupt. They're all scum. They all want to make as much money as they can on the backs of working families. Now you have to work 2-3 jobs to support your family. It's not right. It's not correct. And guess what? It doesn't have to be that way. The problem is that you've got to bring everybody along with you, because you might join a union, you might fight, but guess what? The person sitting on their ass and not fighting, they're going to take the benefits you accrue, but they're not going to help you fight. They have to be dragged. You can't let these companies not be union. So there's going to have to be a whole ass hit the streets kind of campaign to take back what little power we have. That's my politics in a nutshell. Give a fuck about your party. Don't try and sell me your peepaw poopy pants. Whichever, the blue version or the red version, because I'm not voting for him. I don't vote for any Democrat or any Republican. I believe that the duopoly is responsible for the slow degradation of workers' rights since the mid-1900s. What's your opinion on guns? I believe that everyone has the right to buy a gun, but I also believe that a gun is a dangerous item and needs to be licensed, just like a car. So if you want to buy a gun, here's how I walk it out. You go to the gun store, you pick out your gun. The gun salesman runs your background check. You pass. He says, all right, you can pick up your gun in 2 days at the Department of Firearms. You say, thank you very much. 2 days later, you have an appointment at the Department of Firearms. You show up. There's a gun instructor there. He introduces you to your weapon, shows you how to cock it, how to look down the slide, how to disassemble it, where the safety is, how to best holster it, and gives you an option of holsters that he recommends. All of that. Then he goes to the range with you. You are handed the weapon. He walks you through careful handling of the weapon. You squeeze off a few rounds. You hit the target. He gives you a thumbs up, and you get to holster that weapon and take it home. Now, here's where people, well, a lot of gun people don't like it already, but here's where I really lose them. If you fuck up one time in your life, and by fuck up, I mean you leave your gun unsecured and your kid grabs it and accidentally shoots one of his little friends or himself and kills himself, you don't ever get to own a gun again. Every firearm that you own is seized, and you lose for life your right to own a gun because you have shown that you do not bear the commensurate responsibility it takes. If that gun is stolen out of your house, and in the investigation of the burglary, it is found that the gun was not secured in a gun safe, and that no trigger guard was applied, and that the gun was plainly visible, you are responsible for creating a street piece. You didn't commit the murder that the gun did 2 weeks later on the street, but you're responsible for that gun being there. Your gun rights are stripped. You can't be trusted to lock up your gun properly, put a trigger guard on it, and secure it in a place that isn't open. You see? And then let's say you've got this one gun, right? You're a responsible person. You know how to handle it. You use it for personal defense. Maybe you got a CCW permit. I'm fine with that. Right? Let's say you want another one. I want a shotty. You go to the gun store. Say, I want a shotgun. Pick one out. He does a background check. You pass it because you're a stand-up citizen like you all say you are. Right? You pass the background check. He says, you can pick up your shotty in 2 days at the Department of Firearms. You say thank you and you pay him. You go down to the Department of Firearms. Are you starting to get the loop? Soon as you show that society is more at danger with you in possession of a firearm than you provide safety for your family, it's gone. And you never, ever get a second chance. The reason that gun nuts don't like this is that one of the arguments that you will hear is that most people that own guns are very responsible. Well, if they are, they should be able to demonstrate that very easily. They don't want to have to, though. I don't care if you've got a gun. I just don't want to live next to you if you're an idiot with a gun that leaves it out so their kids can get it. Because guess what? A 44 could come through the wall and kill me, kill my wife, kill my dog. There's a number of high caliber, dude, a 9mm could come through a window and noodle me from any fucking angle. Shall not be infringed? Yeah. A well-regulated militia. Can I quote that at you? Isn't that the first words? Isn't that the first words of the Second Amendment? Why do you guys never quote those? Why is it always shall not be infringed, but not the first line? Can you explain that one to me? I've always wondered. A well-regulated militia being essential to the healthy operation of a democracy, the people's right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Well-regulated. Can you spam that a couple times, Otello? Because I want to make sure our gun friend sees it. Why don't you guys ever quote that? What do you think the founders meant by well-regulated? Dude, it's taking you a long time to type, man. Like, I'm an old guy and my thumbs go faster than that, bro. What's what? They never have any response to that. They're usually cowards that run away, or they go, that part don't matter. It's like, why did they start it with it if it didn't matter? What did they mean by it? Nothing. I think he got banned. Well, whatever. Gun laws suck in general. Well-regulated militia. How are you going to regulate a militia with no laws to regulate it? You got a big gap, man. You got a big gap. What does that well-regulated mean? How do you regulate an armed militia and not infringe upon people's right to have unrestricted amount of guns? Who cares? People die, lol. Get him out. Too dumb, man. See? One simple question about their ideology and they crumble and hide behind the fucking Wojak mask. The smug Wojak mask with the crying Wojak behind it. One simple question, bro. Didn't even get into a crazy thing. See what I mean? This is how you know you're right. Because the people that say you're wrong can't defend anything. They get mad, they get personal, they get angry, they get smug, they get aloof. They never drop a hot one, ever. They never got a comeback. It's always just like, duh, who cares? You're getting answers, you're just ignoring them. Now, okay, I'm sorry to ignore them. Hey, Thatch Studios, the Eye of Sauron is on you. Can you explain the well-regulated militia and why it leads the Second Amendment? The Eye of... You said I'm ignoring. I don't want to ignore, bro. Still ignoring them. No. Thatch Studios, I'm not ignoring anymore, bro. Go ahead, bud. No, I'm ignoring. I'm supposed to read every paragraph that floats by because that'd be a good fucking show. No, you got the Eye of Sauron on you. I'm talking to you now. What am I ignoring? Yes, they're speaking about the military. Then why do you get a gun? You're not military, right? Why do people in the military not get guns? Keep going. And the military is well regulated. Yeah, exactly. Why would they start your right to own a gun as a non-military member with the premise being a well-regulated militia? That's the object of the sentence. I know you probably didn't do well in English, but that's the object of the sentence is a well-regulated militia. See, that's the centerpiece of the sentence. It lets you know the object of the sentence is what the sentence is about. You're a pretty boy. What? Who the fuck is that? See what I mean, dude? Where you at? Type as fast as you can, man. Come on. There are people watching. They really want to see you pwn me. Second part of that amendment, not the same sub. No, it is. That's not how it works. It's one sentence. You don't get to break it into two. Is there a period that I'm unaware of between a well-regulated militia and shall not be infringed? Go back to school, bro. You know when I learned this? 3rd grade. No joke. I learned about the subject and object of a sentence in 3rd grade. A semicolon is not a break. There's a reason people use a semicolon and not a period, idiot. Can you explain to me why? Yeah. I didn't want to go into that, but a militia is not the military. A militia is a people's organized armed response. And according to your Second Amendment, your being armed should be very well regulated, because a militia is necessary to secure people's freedom. It's a non-governmental organization of people who are very well regulated, who get together for the common defense of the homeland. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Am I speaking too fast? Yeah. A semicolon is used to split up two related thoughts. Exactly. Yeah. So a well-regulated militia is related to shall not be infringed. I want to know how. If it wasn't, there'd be a period and a new object. It would read something like this. A well-regulated militia is essential to the health and welfare of a democracy, period. The people's right to own weapons shall not be infringed, period. But it would actually probably have been the Third Amendment, because those are two different things. They're married into one concept here, and I want to know to what extent. There was no punctuation in the original text received. It was added after translation in English. It was never written in any other fucking language than English, idiot. What language do you think the Constitution of the United States was written in first? Swahili? Was that even real, or was that a troll, or what? Regulation doesn't mean laws? What does it mean then? A regulation is a rule. A rule codified to everybody is a law. You keep wanting to change or obfuscate or dodge the subject. I want to know why a well-regulated militia and shall not be infringed are in the same thing, because you never quote it at me, gun nuts. Thatch Studios, you never quote it. Gun crazies, you never quote the first part, always the last. Right to bear arms is important. So is having a well-regulated militia. How is every local yokel on the street openly trading guns in the Walmart parking lot with no paperwork, doing straw purchases, having arsenals in their house with no regulation and no oversight, no militia involved? How does that equal the Second Amendment? I'll wait. You're not going to have an answer. Samuel keeps saying it, then repeat it. Samuel Jackson. Well-regulated in the 18th century tended to be something like well-organized, well-armed, well-disciplined. Okay. So in what way is every local yokel straw purchasing a gun in a Walmart parking lot and giving it to his felon cousin? How is that well-regulated, well-armed, or well-disciplined? Do you think that's ponage? How is every beer-swilling yokel who leaves their gun laying around on the table, by the way, over 1,000 accidental gun deaths, most of them children, last year alone in this country. So how does that equal well-regulated or well-disciplined at all? I don't want to hear anything else from you. I'm going to start banning you fucking time wasters, because you're not answering any questions. I'm answering all of your questions, and you just answer me with another question. So you can answer that question, or I'm going to ban everybody in here that agrees with you all at once. It'll be like magic. Watch. So you better start engaging, or you're gone. Well-regulated. What is well-regulated about children finding guns laying around in their legally owned parents' houses and blowing their own heads off with it, 1,000 at a time every year? And you better engage. When the Founding Fathers wrote the Bill of Rights, here's a guy that has read the mind of the Founding Fathers. Let's see what he saw in his crystal ball. They believed He knows, because he knew their inner thoughts, that for a well-regulated militia to exist, the right of the people shouldn't be infringed. I believe that the right of the people will not be infringed so that a well-regulated militia can exist is the correct interpretation of that, sir. The only reason to give people the right to bear arms is so that they may join a well-regulated militia. And you yourself, Samuel Jackson, have defined well-regulated in the fucking terms, right? In the 17 or 1600s. Well-regulated meant in good order, well-armed, and well-disciplined. So I will ask you again, and if you don't engage, I'm going to start banning you and your friends. So it's on you now. You have not only your ban, but like at least 3 or 4 other people's bans on your shoulders right now. So the next thing you type better be engaging, okay? How is every local yokel straw purchasing a gun with no paperwork in a Walmart parking lot, then leaving it on his coffee table so his kid gets domed with it, or his neighbor gets domed with it, or somebody gets maimed with it? How is that well-armed or well-disciplined? That no. I'm not even gonna read this one because you weren't even listening. There's no way you could have typed it. So before I asked the question, you had already typed this presupposition. You are to engage with the question, and I'm not gonna repeat it. So if you weren't listening and you were feverishly typing something else, you're done. You've got 30 seconds. I don't care what the Founding Fathers thought. The Founding Fathers existed in an age before electricity, where a weapon meant a single-shot musket ball rifle that took like the best shooters in the world 12 or 15 seconds or 28 seconds or something like that to pack, and was wildly inaccurate. So you need to engage with the question or shut your mouth. You got 2 choices, and you got a lot of people's bans riding on you. You got 10 seconds. You got 5. You got none. So now okay, hold on. Wait. If that's the case, Paul, don't argue that well-regulated point and just admit you disagree with the Second Amendment. No, that's not engaging. That's not answering the question. You're trying to ask me another question or to demand an admission from me. You're banned. You're banned. No, let me type, Jesus. No, you have plenty of time, Skibbity. Predictive text. I'm old as fuck and I can type a fucking wall of text in 30 seconds. You're wasting my time. Anybody agrees with him? Ban him. All the people that were backing him up and pointing at him and stuff, if they're willing to pop back up and keep arguing, I want them gone. Unless they're willing to answer the question, I want them gone. I'm going to finish this J up and then I'm done. My phone's about to fucking die. They can't get past go. Fat Studios, gotta go. Bye. Like Oprah with the bands. I just don't abide time wasters or fools. If I ask a question 5 times in a row and the dude answers with a question and I give him the grace to answer that question and then re-ask the question and I never get a direct engagement with my question, you're gone. You and all your friends are gone. Yes, I canceled my Amazon Prime account for their union busting, and now I only order from Amazon if it's something I absolutely need and have no other choice. It's very rare. Usually what I've done in the recent times is just started ordering directly from companies. A lot of times they're trying to get people to do that, so it's cheaper. So, yeah. It's Dude's channel, ban away, man. Oh, I do. I do. Not if you're chill. Not if you're willing to treat me like a fucking adult. Not if you're willing to meet me where I am. I'm a 44-year-old guy. I've read hundreds upon hundreds of books. I've spent my whole life talking. Give me the commensurate respect. You know what I mean? Don't talk down to me. Don't ignore me when I ask you questions. Don't try and score internet points. I'm here to find the truth of things, okay? And if I find you're spinning me up or spinning my wheels, you're gone. You don't get a second chance. It's like, as soon as you show me that you're here to waste my time, I don't want you around, man. I don't give a fuck about your sub or anything, bro. I don't make no money from this channel. This channel's not monetized. I don't do this for money. I do this for fucking free. Because I'm a weirdo that loves to talk to people. But you know what? If you're going to talk, you're going to have to fucking talk to me like an adult. And adults don't ignore people's questions 5 times in a row and keep chattering on with their fucking talking points. You engage or you shut up. Dude, I got fucking maybe 20, 25, 30 years left on this planet. You think I'm gonna spend another extra minute arguing with somebody who's wasting my time? Just rather never see you again, bro. Sorry it has to be that way, but most of you aren't targeted by that, so. There's a few people, they can't bring that vibe even when they're trying. And that's kind of fucking sad because those people probably got no friends, man. Nobody wants that type of shit around them. Skibbity, off topic, always weaselly, always trying to win every fucking argument, never engaging. What am I smoking? Wedding cake. I get this fucking, these pre-rolls all the time. This fucking strain is so good. It's very mellow, man. I love an indica for that. They're very like calming. If this was like a Blue Dream or like a Girl Scout cookies, if this was like a higher sativa, dude, I'd be so pissed off right now, bro. I would not be winding down to a slow fucking end, right? I'd be like angry, yelling, probably cops being called, you know. Anyway, I think I gotta go. My phone's gonna fucking die. I'm not gonna tell you. Battery be like that. Thanks for chilling. It's been a wild one. I'll see you guys next time. Subscribe if you liked it. Bye.